Starting Over, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 31, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. Wilma woke up and put her hand out, reaching for Levi. Her fingers felt the empty space on the cold sheets. Even though he had gone home to Gott 8 weeks ago, she still couldn't get used to the emptiness. She turned over, away from Levi's side of the bed. Closing her eyes tightly, she longed for one more day with him. No, not one day, just 1 minute. 1 minute to put her arms around him and have him hold her. 1 minute to tell him all he meant to her, all he meant to her family. 1 minute to say nothing at all. Simply to have 1 minute with him in silence would be enough. Her hand reached out of the warm bedding to wipe away a tear. She was surprised she had any tears left to shed. As much as she felt selfish for wallowing in self-pity, she couldn't help but feel a crushing weight of sadness. Nothing could replace the emptiness that Levi had left. The strange thing was, sometimes it seemed like he'd never been there at all. She listened now to see if anyone else in the household was awake. Nothing could be heard except for the distant chirping of birds. Wilma did what she always did before getting out of bed. She focused on the good in her life. At least she wasn't alone in the house. She had Debbie, Levi's niece, and Debbie's young son living with her, along with Crystal, a friend of her daughter's. They were close, like family now. Wilma moved her legs over the side and sat on the edge of the bed. She couldn't lie in bed all day. People relied on her. It would be another day of putting on a brave front and going through the motions, something she was becoming an expert at. She quickly changed out of her nightgown so she wouldn't be tempted to fall back into bed and stay there the whole day. Once she was fully dressed, she headed downstairs to the kitchen. Wilma had learned long ago that the best way to take her mind off her problems was to focus on helping others. Debbie and Crystal were in the kitchen, looking like they'd been awake for hours. Debbie was cooking breakfast while Crystal sat at the table, drinking her morning coffee. She always had at least 2 cups before leaving for the quilt store. "Good morning, everyone," Wilma said cheerily, covering up how she felt. "Aunt Wilma!" Jared ran at her, nearly knocking her over as he wrapped his arms around her legs. She crouched down and cuddled him. He hugged her tightly, and she closed her eyes and thanked God that there was still a child living in her house. Wilma smoothed down his thick mop of dark hair. "Good morning, Jared." "Morning, Wilma," Crystal said. "Let Aunt Wilma get up," Debbie told Jared. Jared did what his mother said and returned to eating his toast at the small children's table in the corner. "He's okay," Wilma said as she stood. His cuddle had sparked something inside her, and the tears flowed unexpectedly. She sat at the table, hoping no one would notice. Crystal saw what was happening, jumped up, and hurried to her side. "What's the matter?" Wilma sniffed, and before she could speak, Debbie was there with her arm around her. "It's just that all my daughters have gone now. Levi's gone. My daughters have gone," she repeated. "You're not alone, Wilma. You have children, stepchildren, and many grandchildren still living close," Crystal said. "We're here too, and we're not going anywhere." "And you have so many friends," Debbie added. "Oh, yes, a ton of friends," Crystal said. Would you like me to stay home with you today? Or you could come to the store with me. You could come to the markets with me. You don't have to be alone." "Danka, both of you, you've been such a comfort to me. No, I'll stay here. Ada will be here soon. I'm sorry. I do try not to cry." Crystal sat back down. There's nothing wrong with crying. You've got to let it out. If you don't let out your emotions, you can get sick. It's true. I think I've done enough crying. I won't get sick. Would you like eggs this morning, Wilma? Debbie asked. Maybe a piece of toast. Dinka. Coming up. Debbie walked over to slice the bread. Thank you, dear, Wilma called after her. You'll be okay, Crystal told Wilma. Are you sure? I'm certain, Crystal said. I know I'm not as close to you as Ada and your daughters, but I'm here for you, always. So is Debbie. Dinka, Wilma said. I am so glad you're both here. I wouldn't know what to do without the two of you. Not that you have to stay for my benefit. I'm just saying it's nice for now. Crystal glanced at the clock on the wall. I should go. You can come to the store with me any time you want. The days go fast with so many customers coming and going. I might one day, but not today. Okay. Crystal put her mug in the sink, and after giving Wilma a hug and Jared a kiss on the top of his head, she left for work. Debbie placed 2 pieces of toast in front of Wilma, along with apple jam and butter. Then she sat down beside her. Jared and I milked the goat and the cow. I thought you might need a break this morning. Wilma picked up a piece of toast. Thank you for that. I didn't mean to sleep so late. The truth was, she'd hardly slept at all. I feel like I need to do something for you, Debbie said. I'm not sure what. Wilma gazed at Debbie with an intense look, but then her face softened. I love you. Wilma was determined to enjoy every moment with Debbie before some young man wanted her as his wife. I love you too, Debbie said, fighting back the tears. She was well aware that Wilma was never affectionate like this. In all the years Debbie had lived there, she'd never heard Wilma say she loved anyone. Jared walked over to Wilma and put the blocks he'd been playing with in front of her. He looked into her face. You can have my blocks, Wilma sniffed. You're a kind boy. Uncle Levi is with God in heaven, isn't he, Mom? Jared looked over at Debbie. He is. Wilma smiled. I know. Thank you for reminding me, Jared. Eat more toast, Jared. We have to leave soon, Debbie said. Jared sat back down, leaving his blocks with Wilma. Wilma took a few more deep breaths, embarrassed that she'd been crying in front of them. Chapter 2. Debbie drove Jared to Joy's house because she was looking after Jared for the day, and then she continued to the markets alone. Looking out at the fields she passed, she felt sorry for Aunt Wilma, having so many changes in her life and losing the man she loved. But she'd had massive changes, too. Peter was gone, the man she'd relied on for many years. He'd broken her heart with his deception. Her mind traveled to Peter's older brother, as it so often did these days. She couldn't wait to see him again. Would he be open to dating her if Fritz knew that Peter was dating Maisie? Or would she have to wait until Peter was married? If she had to wait for Fritz, she'd wait. He'd sparked something within her that made her long for him. He had to feel it, too, if she felt so much for him. She just knew it. As Fritz White drove his horse and buggy along the dirt-packed roads, he could not get Debbie Brunner out of his mind. She was precisely the kind of woman he'd always imagined he'd marry. Everything about Debbie was perfect, from the way she looked and the way she moved to the way she treated her son. He could tell she had a good heart. The only thing that concerned him was her taste in men. What had she been doing with Peter? His brother had nothing going for him. Peter wasn't a hard-working man, and he'd never held a steady job. Worst of all, Peter had been writing to Maisie when he'd been dating Debbie all along. The two women had known nothing of each other. That's the only reason he went to Lancaster County and suggested Maisie accompany him. He had to sort out his brother's wrongdoing before he single-handedly ruined his family's good name. He hadn't meant to fall in love with his brother's girlfriend. Things had worked out perfectly when Peter and Maisie returned to their hometown together. Now Peter and Maisie were officially a couple. He needed to find out if Debbie had feelings for him. He had to take that chance. He told Debbie he'd be back, and she looked happy. Firstly, he had to ensure that Peter and Debbie had cut all ties. What if he was still writing to Debbie, still stringing her along? He wouldn't put it past his shady brother. He stopped his buggy at the house where his brother was staying and jumped out. After throwing the lines over the hitching post, he walked to the house. "Hey," a voice sounded from behind him. He turned around to see his brother standing at the barn door, pitchfork in hand. Fritz smiled. "Hey yourself." "What are you doing here?" It was clear that Peter wasn't happy to see him. Fritz looked at the pitchfork. "Doing some work, finally?" "I'm just helping out while I'm here. What do you want? Aren't you happy now that I've lost Debbie?" Fritz placed his hands on his hips. "Lost Debbie? That's your fault. All I did was bring to light what you were hiding in the dark." "I was only writing to Maisie. I'm not hiding anything." "Anyway, how's Maisie?" "She's fine." Fritz looked down. He had hoped his questions would come out more conversationally, but now he knew that wouldn't be possible. "So you and Maisie, are you getting married?" "We've been talking about it." Fritz couldn't help showing his relief. Peter eyed him suspiciously. "Why are you so happy about that?" "I'm happy for you and Maisie." "Yeah, well, don't go around telling everyone. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not rushing into anything." Fritz didn't like the sound of that. "You can't be thinking about Debbie. She wouldn't take you back after what you've done to her." Peter leaned the pitchfork against the barn and walked closer to Fritz. "What makes you think you know anything about what Debbie will do? I'm the one who was dating her for 5 years. We were as close as two people could be." "Not that close." "What do you mean by that?" "You couldn't have been that close if you betrayed her by writing to Maisie." "Hey, Maisie and I were just friends when we started writing. It's not my fault if Maisie read more into it than it was." As usual, his brother was talking in circles. Fritz crossed his arms. "And yet, here you are talking about marriage with Maisie. So did all that talk start before or after you broke up with Debbie?" Peter rubbed his chin. "Why are you so interested?" "I told you, I want you to do the right thing for the family's sake." "Why don't you keep your nose out of my business? That's the right thing for you to do. We're all adults now. You can quit with the concerned big brother routine. Anyway, good thing you stopped by. It saved me from coming to see you." "About what?" "Maisie wants you to come over for dinner on Wednesday night. I'll be there too, of course. She wants to thank you for taking her to see me. Did you forget already how you brought the two women in my life face to face?" Fritz was amazed that his brother didn't know how wrong that sounded. It was apparent Maisie didn't know the truth about Peter's relationship with Debbie. Peter must have told Maisie that he and Debbie were only friends. Anyway, he'd got the answer he'd come for. "That's nice of Maisie, but I can't make it on Wednesday. I'll be out of town." "Really? Where are you going?" Peter stepped closer. Fritz looked away from his brother.
I need to go back to Lancaster County.
What for?
I've just got some things I need to tie up. Some loose ends and that kind of thing.
He had to get away from Peter before he found out he was returning to see Debbie.
I'll see you later.
Peter followed him to his buggy. Your store has nothing to do with that area.
Not now, but it could in the future, if this meeting goes well.
Fritz backed away.
I'll be in touch when I return.
Fritz climbed into his buggy and wasted no time in moving the horse and buggy down the driveway. Peter and Debbie were finally over if Peter and Maisie were discussing marriage. Peter stood there, watching his brother leave. He didn't trust him one bit. What if he was asking all these questions because he liked Debbie? Peter picked up the pitchfork and went back to mucking out the stable. He thought about all the years he'd spent with Debbie, all those conversations they'd had when he'd supported her through the hard times. He'd listened to her complain bitterly about how her late husband had treated her. He helped her through all her problems with her in-laws and her parents. He was there for Debbie when her Uncle Levi died. He was even one of the few people who supported her choice when she returned to her maiden name. He'd even helped her start her tea business, encouraging her all the way. Now all those years would be wasted. He knew Debbie so well, far better than he knew Maisie. He sat down at the stable entrance and thought about what his life could look like with each woman. With Debbie, there was familiarity. He knew what she was thinking and what she'd do before she did it. She also expected very little from him. If he married Maisie, he would have to meet her expectations. He'd have to get a regular job, and then he'd have to pay for somewhere for them to live. Debbie already had money from her tea business. Then it dawned on him that he should never have left Debbie. But had he left it too late? Feelings of jealousy welled within him. He couldn't let his brother step into Debbie's life and whisk her away. Was that what Fritz planned on doing? Why else would he be asking all those questions? He had to stop Fritz, and he had to get Debbie back. Chapter 3. Once Wilma was alone in the house, she decided to sort through Levi's belongings. Her head might be clearer if she got that out of the way. It would be one less task looming over her. Levi's belongings were in the downstairs bedroom where they had been sleeping when he got too frail to make it up the stairs. Wilma sat on the bed and started sorting through the first box of paperwork. In that box, she found old and yellow documents for the purchase of 5 houses. She knew Levi had a couple of houses he leased out, maybe even 3, but she certainly didn't think he had 5 of them. Levi had been careful with his money and was reluctant to spend it. Unless he was buying a buggy horse, any caution about spending went out the window. He loved his horses. Wilma spotted an old notebook covered in brown paper. She picked it up, and inside were loose pieces of paper. They were loan notes with names and amounts. Wilma closed the book and placed it down on the bed beside her. She already knew Levi had loaned people money. Wilma had assumed it added up to quite a sum the way in which he'd spoken about it. She hadn't asked too much, and he didn't tell her more except to say that he wouldn't ask for the money back. Wilma sighed and looked up at the ceiling. A little money would come in handy, but it would be dreadful if she knocked on the door of these people and asked for the money back. So what use was it to her? Curiosity got the better of her. She picked up the book and read more of these promise notes. She came across names of people in the community. One had borrowed $10,000 years ago and had never paid it back. If he had, there was no evidence of it, and Levi was meticulous with his paperwork. Then Wilma found evidence that another man had borrowed $5,000. Neither of these men was doing it tough. She knew one had recently bought a new buggy with a heater. Wilma shook her head. So much money. Did people think Levi was a bank? No, a bank charges people interest, and the bank needs to be paid back. She went through the pages, committing the names to memory. She knew all these folks because they were members of the Amish community. Had they all taken advantage of Levi's kindness? It wasn't nice to think that it might be true. Going by the dates, Levi had stopped loaning money once they had married. She was glad, because he might have given away all his money and had none left for his own family. When Wilma heard the rattling of a buggy and a horse's hooves on the driveway, she got up and looked out the window. It was Ada, her closest friend. She kept watching as Ada kissed her husband, Samuel, goodbye. Then she got out of the buggy. Samuel turned the buggy around and left. It was sad to see him go. In the past, he would have taken Levi with him, and the two of them would go somewhere for the day. "Yoo-hoo!" Ada said as she entered the house. "I'm in the downstairs bedroom," Wilma called out, loud enough for Ada to hear. "I've got cookies. I leave them in the kitchen." A few moments later, Ada stood in the doorway, looking at the paperwork on the bed. "What's all this?" Wilma cleared a space on the bed. "Take a seat. I'm sorting out all these important papers." Ada sat down. "I feel funny about reading all these private transactions, but it seemed quite a few people owed Levi money." Ada pursed her lips. "I heard rumors about that." "What do I do? I can't ask them for the money back, but have these people forgotten? I don't need it for myself. I can make do with what I've got. I'm sure Levi's sons could use it, and Bliss, his only daughter." Ada looked at the paperwork. "I agree. Show me what you found." "It's all here." Wilma passed a bunch of papers to her. Ada looked them over. He's got notes here that he got a bit back from this one." "I know, and if they'd paid more later, he would have written it down. I'm sure of it." "What do you want to do, Wilma? Shall I have Samuel talk to these men?" Wilma shook her head. "No, Levi wouldn't want that." Another horse pulling a buggy came clip-clopping up the driveway. Ada got off the bed and looked out the window. "It's Eli Rodmacher. Is he one of the men who owe money?" "No." "I wonder what he wants." "Let's go and see." They both walked to the front door and stood in the doorway until Eli secured his horse and buggy to the hitching post. Then he gave them a wave as he walked over.
"Good morning, ladies."
"Good morning," they both said at the same time. When he got closer, he took his hat off.
"I'm here to pay my respects, Wilma. I didn't stay long at the funeral because I had a dreadful cold and didn't want to spread my germs. I was sick for a while, but now I'm better. I know the funeral was weeks ago, but I didn't want to let too much time pass before I came to see you."
"Danke, Eli. That's appreciated." Wilma smiled at him as he stepped up onto the porch.
"I know what you're going through, Wilma. My Franny died a year ago."
"Yes, we know," Ada said. Wilma was a little shocked at Ada's response, so she decided to be extra lovely to cover up for Ada's bluntness. "Would you like to come in, Eli? We were about to have hot tea."
"I'd love to."
They showed him through to the kitchen. Wilma sat with him while Ada fixed the tea.
"I can help you with anything you need around the house, since no men are living here anymore,"
Eli said. "It's fine, Eli." Ada suddenly appeared at the table. "Samuel can help with odd jobs. He's done that for years, helping Levi." Wilma was again embarrassed by Ada. "Thank you, Eli. I will let you know if there's anything we need." "The orchard workers look after most things around here anyway." Ada stood over them while waiting for the kettle to boil. Ada, I have some chocolate cake that we could have. If you could...
I'll cut it. Franny had a recipe for chocolate cake. I've still got it somewhere. She made the best cakes, the best I've ever tasted.
Once they all had cups of tea, there was a lull in the conversation. Ada spoke suddenly. You know what you might be able to help with, Eli, since you're a deacon?
What's that?
People in this community have owed Levi money for years and never paid it back. Wilma opened her mouth in shock. Ada, it's okay.
Is that right?
He said, his eyes widening. That's what Levi's paperwork says. Ada gave a nod. Wilma was just going through it all before I arrived. Chapter 4. Wilma's stomach churned. Levi wouldn't want a fuss made. It doesn't matter. I live here for free. I don't have to pay anything. The family owns the orchard, paying all the taxes and everything. I don't need much money, only for food, a few personal items, and... I know, Wilma, but I saw that some of those loans go back 10 years, even 15. I think people have forgotten about them. Ada pressed her lips together. Eli stared at Wilma.
Give me the names. I'll talk to them.
I wouldn't like to do that, because... Wilma stared at Ada. She'd just got up and was walking out of the room. Where are you going, Ada? I'm going to get all the contracts and write out the names for Eli. Wilma covered her mouth. They aren't contracts. That sounds so official. They're promise notes. Despite Wilma's protests, Ada kept walking. Wilma tried again. Please, don't bother with this, Eli. I don't think Levi would have wanted all this fuss. We should forget it.
Wilma, it's my duty as a deacon to see that everything is in order. Perhaps if Levi knew he would die, he might have done things differently. I wouldn't have wanted my Franny to go without if I could have done anything about it.
Wilma sat there, thinking about what Levi would say if he were there. I know, but it's only money. What if these people need it? I'm not going without anything. I get an allowance from the orchard, and that's all I need. It's all Levi and I needed together. Ada returned to the room with a bunch of papers in her hand. Wilma, you wouldn't know what you needed because Levi handled everything. Ada held up the papers. I know that these people, some of them, don't act like they're going without anything.
It'll be okay, Wilma. Leave it with me. I had a feeling in my heart to come here today, and now I know it was the Lord's prompting. Allow me to do this for you, please, Wilma.
She stared into Eli's blue eyes and felt confident he'd handle everything tactfully and with good judgment. Allow him, Wilma, Ada urged. Both of you are against me. Neither of you will listen to what I want. No, we won't listen, Wilma. We're trying to help you out. Ada stared at her.
I'm sure these people have simply forgotten. It was so long ago. They would want to pay it back. It's not theirs to keep. Wouldn't you agree?
Eli smiled at Wilma with kind eyes that reminded her of Levi. She found herself nodding. Okay. Wilma looked down. But if any of them need the money, I don't want it back. Only if they can spare it. They drank their tea, and not another word was said about the debtors. When Eli left, Wilma and Ada stood on the porch, waving until his horse and buggy disappeared. You can stop waving now, Wilma, Ada said with a smirk. Wilma put her hand down by her side. It was nice of him to visit.
I think there's a reason he was here, Ada said.
Yes, he said the Lord prompted him.
Ada chuckled. I think he's lonely, and you're a widow now, so—
Oh, Ada, Wilma laughed. I don't think you're right about that.
He's a nice man.
I know he is.
I noticed he kept talking about Franny. He's a nice man, and you're a woman who needs people around, and I think you'd be open to marrying again.
Nay, Ada, I know what you're saying. I can't talk about anything like that.
Okay, but I thought it would keep you happy.
Why would it? Apart from being too soon, I don't want to go through any more losses in my life. They're too painful. The last thing I need is to lose a third husband.
That came out of your mouth fast. It sounds to me like you've been thinking about it.
Wilma frowned. Ada was so annoying sometimes. I haven't. I've been trying to get used to the fact that Levi is gone and he's not coming back. He's not out for the day. He's gone forever. Well, forever until I see him again in Gott's house.
I see what you mean. Eli is a lot older than you. It also doesn't help that he keeps talking about Franny.
You talk about Franny as much as he does, Wilma laughed. Oh, Ada, Eli wouldn't see me as a possible wife. I'm sure he's not even looking.
You're attractive for your age, Wilma.
Wilma frowned at her best friend, wondering if that was a compliment. Ada added, You could do worse. Please, let's not talk of this again. Ada chuckled. It's not funny, Wilma said. They wandered back into the house and started to clear the teacups from the table. I miss Cherish's birds. They used to keep me company when there was no one around. Ada put the dishes on the side of the sink.
You should have asked her to leave them here.
No, I wouldn't do that. She loves her birds. Ada laughed.
You spent the last few years complaining about them. I'm surprised you miss them.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm losing something. We'll never see the birds again. I mean, they filled up the house. Now it's quite silent. It was also nice listening to Timmy talking. It's so clever how birds can do that.
They only mimic what we say. They have no understanding of what the words mean. It's not clever.
Maybe they do understand. Dogs understand what we say. Ada shrugged.
Well, you're wrong about one thing. You'll see the birds when you visit Cherish. It's not the last time you'll see them. Samuel and I will go with you whenever you want. And I can buy you a bird if you're that desperate.
Don't be silly. I don't want one. It's just that I've spent so much time around them. That's all it is.
I know what you mean. I miss the birds, and I miss Cherish. I wonder if she misses us.
Wilma looked over at the chocolate chip cookies that Ada had brought with her. Cherish loved your cookies.
I know. Let us look on the bright side. Now that she's not here, there's more for us to enjoy.
Wilma smiled to be polite, but she'd rather have Cherish back than eat all the cookies in the world. Besides, she wasn't even fond of cookies. She could imagine Cherish standing in the kitchen doorway, her face lighting up at the mere mention of cookies. How will I cope, Ada? Cherish, my youngest, has gone, and so has Levi. Ada sat down at the table.
That's not the right way to think about it. Cherish has married a wunderbar young man. Let us rejoice and be happy about that. She could have married someone we didn't like, someone totally unsuitable.
That's true, and I half expected that to happen. Ada laughed.
Me too.
And yes, Levi died. But if you look at it practically,
He was always going to die before you because he was so much older."
Wilma nodded and thought about her first husband. Josiah died, and he wasn't even old.
"I know it's hard. I couldn't cope if I lost Samuel.
Now I'm alone again. I'm twice widowed, Ada. Twice." Ada put her hand over Wilma's.
"I know."
"Where has Samuel gone today?"
"He said he'll be back later. I'm not sure where he's gone. He mentioned helping someone clean a chimney, but that should have been done before all this cold weather set in."
"I know Samuel's missing Levi, too. They spent most days together," Wilma said.
"We all are. I think you need to get out of the house today to clear your mind. Let's go somewhere. Now that you have fewer members in the family, you need to keep the horses exercised. That means you'll have to go out as much as Cherish did."
"That sounds like a good idea. I hope going out will put me in a better mood."
"What we need is a project to work on."
Wilma's bottom lip trembled. "We had the quilts. Now each girl has a quilt of their own, except for Cherish, only because her wedding was so sudden."
"Perfect. We shall work on a quilt for Cherish. She can have a late one, as Joy did. That'll keep you occupied. We'll go to the haberdashery store, unless you have some fabric to get us started. Do you?"
"I have a little up in the top cupboard, but I think we need some new fabric, and it'll give us somewhere to go today. Cherish has that lovely pink quilt that Malachi got for her, so it wouldn't be a good idea for her to have another pink one."
"I agree. Pink is out. Green will go nicely with the pink, but we don't have to decide about that now. Let's go, Wilma."
Ada looked down at her tea.
"We'll go as soon as we finish the tea."
Wilma sipped her hot drink, grateful for Ada, her one true friend. Chapter 5. Debbie served customers at her tea stall, but all she could think about was being jilted and how awful that had felt. She didn't want to dwell on it so much, but it was hard not to. Peter had left her for Maisie, as if she'd never mattered to him at all. She was glad she'd taken so long to make a lifelong decision about him. Still, her heart ached to have someone in her life. As she packed a raspberry mint and black tea with rose for a customer, her thoughts drifted to Fritz, Peter's brother. If only she'd met him before she'd met Peter. In her heart, she felt that they could have had a future together. Fritz had said he'd return, but would he? She had given up believing men and their promises. Her late husband had promised her he'd tell everyone that they'd married in secret. He'd had plenty of time to tell people before he died. To further hurt her, his parents had been trying to match him with another woman. And then there was Peter. Peter had promised her he'd give her time. He probably didn't think he'd have to wait 5 years. She handed the change over to the customer and gave them their package, while giving them the best smile she could muster. Once that customer left, she looked around for more customers. Early mornings were always the quietest. It didn't get busy until lunchtime. Part of her was pleased that Peter had left her, but how he did it hurt. She reached under the counter and pulled out a pen and paper. She would write to Peter and tell him exactly how much he hurt her. He shouldn't be able to walk away and have a happy life with Maisie, never giving her a second thought. She'd invested a lot of time in that relationship and wanted him to know how he'd hurt her. She leaned the paper against the countertop where she wrapped the tea and penned a 3-page letter telling him exactly how she felt about his deception. She'd post it after she closed the stall and before she collected Jared from Joy's place. When Ada and Wilma walked into the quilt store, Crystal was packing a parcel. She looked up at them.
"I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you were going to stay home."
Then Crystal looked at Ada.
"Hello, Ada."
Good morning, Crystal. I made her change her mind, Ada said. What have you got there? Crystal looked at the parcel. I pack tea for Debbie. We've got a system. I take the orders from her website, and she brings the tea, and I package and post them. Ada looked over at Wilma, and Wilma said, You two have become quite close. She seems so sad since Peter left. Crystal shrugged her shoulders. She'll be fine. He wasn't the one for her. We're going to make a new quilt. Ada gave a nod. We've come here for pattern ideas, Wilma told Crystal. We're making a quilt. It'll be a late wedding gift for Cherish. An extra gift from all of us. Crystal licked her lips. Perfect. Can I help with it? I was hoping you would. It'll be from all of us. I'm sure Debbie will help too. This has come at a good time. I'm starting to sell fabric too, and all quilting supplies. I'll be a one-stop shop soon. Oh, Crystal, that's a wunderbar idea. Where do you come up with all your ideas? Ada asked. Crystal smiled. I don't know. I just supply what people want. I'm not sure if I'll have the right fabric in stock. I might have to put another order in. Crystal pointed to the few rolls of fabric near the window display. I've got those. That's okay, Wilma said. We don't need any special fabrics. We want a simple pattern. If you want a simple pattern, I have some to show you. Crystal got out some books of patterns and showed them to Ada and Wilma. I like that one, Wilma said, pointing to a star wedding quilt. Crystal agreed. That'll be nice. Wilma looked over at Ada. What do you think? If that's what you want, then let's do it. I like the blues and greens. Wilma knew Ada wasn't overly fond of the pattern, but Wilma was sure Cherish would love it. Crystal said, I have some fabrics the same colors as the picture in the book. I can find fabrics that are the same colors as the ones in the picture. Or you could choose from my fabric stock when it arrives in a couple of days. That's a wunderbar idea, Crystal, about stocking fabric, Ada said, complimenting her again. I know. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. When people come here to look at the quilt, they'll get inspired to start doing their own. I've got a great supplier, too. The fabrics are nice. They're beautiful. They're not cheap-looking at all. Then we should come back in a couple of days. Ada looked over at Wilma. I did want to start sooner, Wilma said. Once I get my mind set on something. She looked over at Crystal's face and realized that if she bought from her store, she'd be supporting her. But I can wait this time. I'd rather buy from you. Thank you, Wilma. I'll call the supplier and ensure they send me the exact colors you want. I'll let you know once they're in. I'll try for overnight delivery. We're impressed how well you're doing for yourself, aren't we, Wilma? Oh, yes, we are. I couldn't do it without the emotional support I've had from both of you and all your girls, Wilma. Wilma saw tears forming in Crystal's eyes. She had to get out of the store. If Crystal cried, she'd cry too. Wilma moved forward and put her arm around Crystal. You're doing wonderfully well. Now we must go. We'll see you at home. Ada waved her hand in the air as she walked to the door, and then she held the door open for Wilma. Once they were outside, they immediately ran into Daphne Hinkle, a community member. Wilma, I've been meaning to stop by and get some family tree information from you. Ada lightly touched Daphne's arm. I've been meaning to ask you the same thing, Daphne. Are you any closer to finding out who your people were? Daphne shook her head. The bishop says I don't need to know. He says it's not important. I'm not supposed to know, which is odd, since I'm the record keeper for the families in the community. Still, he must have his reasons. I take pleasure in piecing together other people's lineage. It must be interesting, Ada said. Wilma was only half listening. It was sometimes hard to get Daphne to stop talking once she started.
I'm in the middle of running errands now, but I'll stop by tomorrow to get some information from you, Wilma. Shall we say at around 11 in the morning?
11 will be fine. Wilma nodded.
Perfect. I'll see you then.
Once Daphne left them, Ada and Wilma walked to their buggy.
What information does she want from you?
Ada asked Wilma.
I'm not sure. It might be about Levi.
That's all I can think of. I didn't want to stop and have a longer conversation, so I didn't ask. Ada was silent for a while.
Does she know about Carter?
I've never mentioned him to anyone except you and my girls. Of course, I told Levi. Should I tell her?
I think it's a good idea. It's for historical purposes. Have you ever realized it goes around in a circle? Your stepdaughter married your biological son. They both have a huge connection to you. Your step-granddaughter is also your biological granddaughter. Your stepdaughter is also your daughter-in-law.
I know. It's odd when you think about it.
I admit I've put all that out of my mind.
Ada laughed.
At least they aren't blood relatives.
Wilma frowned at Ada.
They wouldn't have married if they were. Maybe you could be a bit closer to Florence and Carter after all these years.
I am being closer.
A little, that's true.
Wilma kept quiet. She couldn't even tell her closest friend that she felt awful for giving away her first child to her outsider sister to raise. Then she had closed them both out of her life, putting walls around her heart. Forgetting about her sister and her child was the only way she could carry on. She'd closed that door of her life before she married her first husband, Josiah. Wilma climbed into the driver's seat of her buggy.
One thing that irks me—
What's that? Wilma asked.
Why won't the bishop tell Daphne anything about her past? From what she said just now, the bishop knows. If he knows, then what's the harm in telling her?
It's got to be something bad, then. Something she wouldn't want to know. Ada gasped.
Oh, do you think so?
I'm just guessing.
How bad could it be?
Ada bit her lip. There's no use talking about it, because we'll probably never find out.
This is true, but now I won't be able to stop thinking about it.
Wilma didn't want to talk about Daphne's secret past all day. She had to take Ada's mind off it. Why don't we spoil ourselves today with some takeout coffees? Ada clapped her hands together.
I'd love that, but make mine hot tea, and I'll be all for it.
When they got to the coffee shop, Ada decided she wanted to sit down and have her tea while it was hot. They sat down at a small table by the window. Ada kept talking about Daphne.
What do you think, Wilma?
Wilma shook her head. We could think up 1,000 different ideas about who Daphne's parents were and their circumstances, and they could all be wrong.
It's still fun to guess.
Wilma took a sip of coffee. Not really.
You're right. We'll never know for sure. She's old, and her parents would be dead by now. It would be nice to know if they were Amish, too. I'd want to know if I was in Daphne's place. Wouldn't you want to know that, too, Wilma?
I guess so.
Are you upset about this conversation because you gave up a child and you talked Christina into doing the same?
Wilma gasped. I didn't talk my daughter-in-law into anything. It was her choice. Ada looked away. I just said I didn't regret my experience. Wilma regretted many things about her past, but she couldn't and wouldn't admit it.
We're not talking about anything serious here with Daphne, Wilma. It keeps you curious. Like when kids ask, why is the sky blue? Or why does grass grow? Or why do dogs bark? You don't have to have an answer to those questions. You just say it's the way things are. Or you say, I don't know, but I'll figure it out. Or you say, good question. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, well, I don't like to think about things I can't do anything about. Let's talk about something else, Wilma said. Aren't you curious about who Daphne's parents were and where she came from? I am. Wilma inhaled deeply. I suppose I'd want to know, but it's not something I'm going to lie awake at night thinking about. Ada sighed. Oh, why did you say that? Now I might lie awake thinking about it. I grew up with Daphne. So did I, Wilma said. I didn't even know she was adopted until I was an adult. She found out when she was a teenager. Ada drained the last of her tea and then poured herself another from the pot. Wilma was more than bothered by the conversation, but Ada wouldn't take any hints. Of course she felt guilty and all sorts of emotions for giving away her child. She couldn't turn back the clock and make a different decision. Ada stared at Wilma. You're awfully quiet. Wilma raised her chin. It's funny that people say that after talking a lot. It's because the other person can't get a word in. Ada's jaw dropped open. I'll speak in shorter sentences and pause and wait for you to have your turn. Would that be better? Yeah, I think it would. Ada pushed her second cup of tea aside. I think I've had enough tea for now. Good. I'm ready to go too. When they drove home, not a word was spoken between them. After they got to the orchard, Ada sat on the porch while Wilma worked in the kitchen. Ada didn't want to let a silly argument ruin their friendship, especially at this time. She walked into the kitchen and found Wilma eating a sandwich. There was one on the other side of the table in front of an empty chair. I'm sorry, Wilma. Wilma looked up. For what? For whatever I did to upset you. It's fine. It's forgotten. I made you a sandwich. Eat it before I give it to the... I was going to say dog, but Cherish took the dog with her. Ada sat down with her. Dinka, I am hungry. Wilma smiled at her best friend. They couldn't stay angry with each other for long. We worked up an appetite looking at all those quilts. As they ate and talked about everything other than Daphne and adoptions, Wilma wondered if she needed some new friends. What would she do if Ada died as suddenly as Levi had? She decided then and there to have other friends besides Ada. Lately, Joy, one of her middle daughters, had been telling her that Susan Mayne would be a good friend for her. Susan was also a widow, so they had that in common. Will you stay for the evening meal? Samuel will be here soon. We have errands to run, and I need to finish my spring cleaning, but we could come back to eat with you. I'd like that, although it's the wrong season for spring cleaning. Then that's settled. We'll return. Now, Wilma, I could get you a dog. I know someone who has a litter of puppies. Wilma shook her head vigorously. No. Ada chuckled. Then stop complaining about no birds and no dog. I'm not complaining. I'm just getting used to the whole house being quieter once Debbie and Crystal leave for work and before you get here. All right, then. I'll see you when I get back. I'll bring dessert. That would be wunderbar. Chapter 6. A little later, Joy brought an unexpected visitor to Wilma's house. It was Susan Mayne. Wilma was a little shocked because she hadn't said yes whenever Joy had asked to bring her for a visit. Wilma hadn't grown up with Susan. She'd moved into the area when she married. As Susan moved past Wilma into the house, Wilma caught a whiff of Susan's perfume, lavender with a hint of pine. Susan's shoulders were slumped over, and she seemed nervous, but she always appeared timid.
Wilma boiled the water for the coffee and set out cups and spoons. Once Joy spread out toys for her 2 young daughters in the living room, she sat with them at the kitchen table. "I'm so glad you came, Susan." Wilma sat in front of her.
"I'm glad too," Susan said. "I don't have many friends I can talk to about personal things."
Susan pushed her thick-rimmed glasses further up on her nose. Wilma said, "I'm the same. Oh, except for Ada. She was here before."
"Where is she?"
Joy asked. "She said something about spring cleaning, even though it's well past that time of year." They were quiet again. Wilma looked over at Joy, sitting with her elbows on the table, resting her chin on her hand. Joy smiled at her mother, and Wilma smiled back.
"I'm so sorry about Levi," Susan said.
Wilma managed a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you." Joy reached out and took a sugar cube out of the sugar bowl. She placed it in her cup of coffee and stirred it with her spoon.
"I don't know what else to say," Susan said. "I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm supposed to do."
"You don't have to do anything," Wilma said. "You're fine just sitting here with us."
"Danka, I'm so used to being by myself, I don't get out much. Joy's been visiting me. I love her little girls. Joy keeps telling me I need more friends. It's hard to get close to people when you get to my age."
Wilma leaned forward. Susan was a little odd, but her presence was calming. "Just because you're old doesn't mean you can't make new friends."
"That's true, but it's easier for the young."
Susan looked over at Joy.
"I think you two will get along great, and you're both widows," Joy said.
"I'm twice a widow," Wilma commented, just in case Susan didn't know.
"It's not a competition, Mom,"
Joy laughed. Wilma and Susan looked at each other and laughed along with Joy.
Susan said, "I'm sure your mother doesn't think it's a competition. If it were, she wouldn't be able to marry another man. No one would marry her if they found out her goal was to be a widow for the 3rd time."
Both Wilma and Susan laughed again.
"Oh, no. Mom, you wouldn't marry again, would you? You're too old for that."
"I'm not that old, Joy. Ada asked me that question, and I said no. Since then, I've done some thinking. If God sends me someone to keep me company, I might not be able to say no. I'm thinking years ahead. I'm not ready right now. I'm missing Levi too much."
"I'd marry again," Susan said. "Love is a beautiful thing. It's been over 10 years since Murray passed. My days are lonely. I didn't marry until later in life, and now I have no children. I should have married earlier. Then my children would be around, and my grandchildren, too. But it wasn't to be."
"You can come over here as much as you want."
"Danka, Wilma, but I don't have a horse and buggy now. I've been in too many accidents. My eyesight is not what it used to be."
She adjusted her glasses once more.
"I can drive you over here," Joy said. "That would be lovely, Joy, but you're always busy with the children." "I can bring you over twice a week and take you back again. If we do that in the mornings, Audrey can get her sleep in the afternoon."
"I'd love that." Wilma was pleased to have a friend who understood what it was like to be a widow. Ada sympathized, but she never really understood. How could she? "Let's make it a regular thing on Tuesday and Friday mornings."
"That sounds perfect. Can I bring sewing?" Susan asked. "I like to keep my hands busy."
"Of course. You can bring whatever you want." Joy and Susan stayed talking for an hour or so, and just as they were driving away, Ada and Samuel passed them in the driveway. Wilma waited on the porch for Samuel and Ada to get out of the buggy. Ada hurried over to her.
"Who did Joy have with her?"
"She brought Susan Maine over."
"Why?"
"Joy thought we could form a friendship."
"But why? You and I are friends. Joy knows that."
"Wait a minute.
Did you wait until I was gone before you had Susan come here?"
"No, of course not. I didn't even know she was coming. They just arrived with no warning."
"Susan doesn't drive," Ada added.
Wilma put her hand to her forehead.
"Oh, I didn't even think I could drive to Susan's place. It's not as though I'm stuck here. I can leave. Susan must think I'm odd for not offering to go to her place on Tuesdays and Fridays."
Ada's mouth turned down at the corners.
"What's happening on Tuesdays and Fridays?"
"Joy has arranged for Susan to come here 2 mornings a week. She'll drive her."
"For what?"
"Just to be friends and to sew."
"Oh, that seems a bit forceful. It's not natural. Joy is choosing your friends now, is she?"
Wilma took a deep breath. Everything was offending Ada lately. "No. She brought Susan here, and somehow we decided to meet twice a week."
"Joy decided?"
"No, Susan and I did. I enjoy Susan's company. We're both widows." Ada's eyebrows rose.
"Do you want me to stay away when she's here?"
"Of course not. You're always welcome here. It's just that Susan doesn't have much family around, and she's a little lonely. I thought we could be friends, the 3 of us." When Samuel came toward them, Ada said,
"Let's go inside."
Samuel made himself comfortable in the living room while Ada and Wilma sat in the kitchen, where the stove kept them warm.
"Friendship just happens,"
Ada said. "Not always. You have to meet someone and talk with them first."
"It happens if it's meant to. That's how I've known it to work out."
"Anyway, she's coming here, and we're all sewing. That means we can get a move on with Cherish's quilt. We can get that finished." Ada leaned on the table.
"We'll need to get it started first."
"That's true. Don't you like Susan?"
"Don't be silly. I like everybody. It's just that it's a funny way of going about things to have someone come here at certain times."
"Maybe when we're older, friendship doesn't just happen. Maybe we have to help it along."
We'll soon see, Wilma. We'll soon see."
"Give her a chance, Ada." Ada's mouth fell open.
"I want to make all the friends I can. I mean, we're already friends with Susan and all the ladies in the community. I suppose it won't hurt to get to know her a little better. Anyway, what have you cooked for dinner?"
Wilma's mouth fell open. She had been so busy with Susan and Joy that she hadn't even thought about cooking. Ada grinned.
"Like that, is it?"
"I'm afraid so." Ada called out to Samuel.
"Samuel, you left the peach pie in the buggy."
"Sorry, I'll get it now," came Samuel's answer.
"I made the peach pie while you were entertaining Susan. At least we'll have pie."
Wilma was relieved that Ada was starting to feel better about Susan. "You can help me bake a cake for Daphne's visit tomorrow."
"Perfect. I'll enjoy this time cooking with you before—"
"Before what?" Wilma asked.
"Before you replace me with all your new friends."
Wilma laughed and put her arm around Ada. "I could never replace my oldest and dearest friend. You're irreplaceable." Ada stared at her, blinking.
"Are you sure about that?"
"I'm more than sure. For the evening meal, I have some leftover meat, and I'll make up a spaghetti meal. Jared likes his vegetables, so I'll have to cook some of those, too."
"I'll help you, because that's what real friends do."
Wilma smiled at Ada. "Thank you." Chapter 7. Ada and Wilma sat by the fireplace the next day, talking. Wilma stood and peeked out the window when she heard a horse's hooves clip-clopping along the driveway. "She's here," Wilma said.
"Daphne?"
"Yes."
"Seems like it was ages ago that we were talking to her. Was that just yesterday?"
Yeah, it was. Wilma stepped back from the window. Do you think I should tell her?
Tell her what?
Ada asked. You told me I should tell her about the baby I had when I was younger.
About Carter?
Yes. Ada frowned.
Do you think she doesn't already know that you had a baby out of wedlock?
Wilma gasped. Don't say it like that.
I'm not being mean. That's just how it is.
Wilma swallowed hard. Ada was so insensitive sometimes. She might have heard some things. I'm not sure how much she knows. You were the one who suggested I should tell her.
Will you tell her?
Ada asked. Wilma stared at the floor. I don't know.
Then I'll tell her, Ada said. If it's for the official record, it should be done right.
If you think it's right, then I should tell her, I suppose.
I'll let her in while you finish making the tea and coffee. Don't forget my chocolate chip cookies. I stayed up late last night making that second batch.
While Wilma rushed into the kitchen, Ada opened the front door. Daphne was already out of her buggy and sitting on the front steps of the porch. She had her notebook open, and she was writing something in it. Ada didn't want to interrupt her, so she waited. Daphne looked up from her notebook and smiled.
Good morning, Ada. It's been a while. Hello, Daphne, Ada said. It has. It's been nearly a whole day.
Both of them laughed.
Wilma's waiting for us in the kitchen.
Good. Daphne got up and followed her inside. After Daphne and Wilma greeted each other, all was silent as Daphne and Ada waited for Wilma to finish making the tea and the coffee. Ada reached out, took a cookie from the plate in the center of the table, and then pushed the plate toward Daphne.
Have one. I made them myself. Wilma and I made the cake. Wilma and I do everything together.
Thank you. They do look nice. I like cookies when they're brown on the edges like that.
Many people do. Before I take them out of the oven, I wait until they have dark edges.
Once Wilma sat down with them and they all had their hot drinks, Wilma spoke.
I'll jump straight into it. I'm not sure if you've heard any rumors, but I had a child before I married Josiah. I was young and silly and thought I was in love with an Englisher. Maybe I was, but it was short-lived. I had the child, a boy. My sister ended up raising him.
Wilma inhaled deeply. She'd said all of that in one breath.
Iris raised him?
Daphne asked.
That's right. You knew Iris. I forgot that.
Wilma was pleased that Daphne didn't seem shocked. Daphne's thin eyebrows rose.
Is that why Iris left the community? To raise the child?
No, she left before that. Wilma stared at Daphne, still gauging her reaction. Now Daphne was staring into space. Wilma looked at Ada, and she shrugged her shoulders.
Daphne, Wilma said.
Daphne looked at her, startled.
I'm sorry. I was lost in my own thoughts, wondering about my own birth mother. Who was she? I wonder if she was just like you, someone who had made a mistake and was now paying for it.
Thank you, Wilma said. I appreciate your sympathy for my situation. I've had many losses. Giving up my son was something I thought was a good idea at the time. I had to do it to keep going. I don't know how things would have turned out if I'd kept him. Maybe I should have. I know I would have been treated as an outsider and brought shame to my family, but maybe that would have been best.
How do you do it?
Daphne asked.
How do you keep going, Wilma?
Wilma gave a little half-smile. There's not much choice but to keep going. I have faith in God.
Could I ask you something, Wilma?
Wilma nodded.
What's the story with your son, the one you mentioned just now?
I don't want to talk about it at the minute. Wilma was too emotional now.
You don't have to, Daphne said. I'm sorry, but since you brought it up— No, it's okay. I know you mean well. It's just that I don't like to think about it most of the time. I don't like to think about what I went through as a young woman. It just comforts me that I knew my sister gave my son the best life he could have. It might help you to talk about it, Wilma, Ada said. Okay. Wilma took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It was best coming from her rather than Daphne hearing it through rumors from people who didn't know the whole story. It was as I just told you. I was young and reckless and thought I knew everything. I got pregnant. The father was in love with me and wanted to marry me, but he was an Englisher. I was too scared to leave the community. I'd only ever known life in the community, you see. You loved the father, too? Daphne asked. I did, but maybe not enough. I ran away to stay with my sister when I got too large to hide what was happening to me. She helped me. I saw how she loved the baby, so I left him with her. I went back home, and no one ever knew a thing. Iris kept my secret. Ada touched Daphne's arm lightly. You will keep Wilma's secret, won't you, Daphne? Daphne looked at Wilma. You want to keep it a secret still? Wilma nodded. I don't like people thinking bad things about me. Can I write it into the official records? Wilma looked at Ada, and Ada gave a nod. Okay, Wilma told Daphne. I'll allow it for the official records, and I'll give you Carter's details. I'll tell you something else, Ada said, staring at Daphne. What's that? Carter's father met Iris, Wilma's sister, when visiting the child. They fell in love and married, so Carter grew up with his birth father. Daphne gasped and touched her heart. It was all meant to be. Wilma's eyes stung with tears, and she did her best not to cry. Maybe it was. My sister had an illness when she was young and could never have children. I'll tell you something else, Daphne, Ada said. Carter found out about Wilma and bought the house next door. He met Wilma's stepdaughter. You know Florence? Of course I do. Now Florence and Carter are married. Daphne slowly nodded. Now I'm putting the pieces together. Wilma, you gave your sister a precious gift, and now that gift has come back to you. Wilma stared back at Daphne. I never thought of it that way. Wilma grabbed Daphne's hand. Dinka. Do you talk to your sister now? Daphne asked. Ada spoke for her. She died some years ago, and so did Carter's father. Oh, I'm sorry, Wilma. Daphne placed her hand over Wilma's. I didn't know about Iris. I must record that, too. It's just another loss. I feel so alone sometimes. Wilma realized what she said and kept her head down. Ada would be offended by that. She got offended so easily these days. You have had a remarkable life, Wilma. You've given me a lot of information for my records and made me want even more to find out where I came from. She wasn't the only one who wanted to learn about Daphne's background. Wilma looked over at Ada. Ada raised her eyebrows, but kept quiet. Ada had barely stopped talking about where Daphne had come from and who her parents might have been. Now we should have coffee, and Ada has made some of her wonderful chocolate chip cookies. I should go, Daphne said. No, please stay, Wilma urged. Okay, I'll stay for a little longer. Ada kept talking. Carter and Florence named their child Iris. Oh, that is nice. It is, Wilma agreed. It reminds me of my sister and what she did for Carter and me. When Daphne was finally ready to leave, Wilma and Ada walked her to the door.
Dinka, for telling me all your secrets, Wilma. Future generations will be thankful for the information when researching their family history. Stop by any time you feel like it. I've enjoyed our time today. Do you mean that, Wilma? Of course I do. I will do that, Wilma. Bye now. Daphne gave a little wave and then got into her buggy. She's such a nice person. Wilma waved at Daphne as the horse and buggy disappeared down the driveway. Ada pressed her lips together. What's wrong? Wilma peered at Ada. You should be more friendly with Carter, Wilma. I don't know, Wilma said. I never welcomed him with open arms. There were too many mixed emotions. I was scared and nervous and I don't know. I just didn't know how to be a mother to him. It was all so unexpected when he showed up all grown up. How do I fit into his life now? It's not too late, Wilma, Ada said. He would be willing to have a closer relationship with you now. Wilma was silent for a moment. I'll think about it. Do that, Wilma, Ada said. I don't know how to go about it, though. Pray about it, and the Lord will open up a way. Chapter 8. For the last couple of weeks, Joy had looked after Jared most days while Debbie was at work. Joy had begged Debbie to leave Jared with her. Debbie had resisted for a while because Jared could be a handful. She was worried about Joy's young daughters because Jared didn't play well with others. Now it was the end of another day and time to collect Jared. Debbie walked up to Joy's door and saw it was slightly open. She pushed it. Hello? When no one replied, she walked in. Jared ran over to her and hugged her legs. Let's go home now, he said. Not so fast. We need to thank Joy for looking after you today. Do we have to? He threw his arms up in the air and started twisting himself about. Yes, of course we do. It's called being polite and thinking about others. Joy came out of one of the bedrooms. Debbie, I didn't hear you come in. The door was open, so I walked in. Let's sit down. Faith, take Jared and Audrey into the room and play with them. I need to talk with Debbie for a while. I want to stay with Mom. Jared clung to Debbie. Just do it, Joy said. Faith grabbed Jared's hand. Come on, Jared. We have to do what she says. Go on, Jared. We'll go home in a minute, Debbie told him. Jared pouted and walked into the room with the two young girls. Debbie stared at Joy. She knew by the look on Joy's face that she was working up the courage to tell her about something awful Jared had done. It wasn't the first time she'd seen that look on someone's face after they'd been babysitting Jared. What did he do? He's just not acting right. I've tried everything with him. I think he has a behavior problem. I know. I'm hoping he'll grow out of it. What do you think is the cause? Debbie asked. I don't know, Joy said. But whatever it is, it's serious. You should take him to a doctor. Debbie was shocked. Take him to the doctor? For what? Joy sighed. There's something wrong with him. You said so yourself. Debbie had a momentary flare of anger. She'd agreed with Joy to be polite. She didn't actually think Jared had that much of a problem. Joy, you're being a bit dramatic. Joy looked away. I'm not the only one who thinks he's odd. Debbie was shocked and offended, but she was sure Joy hadn't meant to be cruel. Odd? He is, Joy said. He can't sit still. He can't concentrate. He's like a 2-year-old in a 5-year-old's body. I don't know how you live with him. He's driving you crazy. You said it yourself this morning when you dropped him off. Debbie was silent for a moment. I can deal with it, she said finally. Joy shook her head. You should have seen him at the park today. He was going nuts. He kept running off and doing things I didn't even know he could do. He scaled that tall fence around the pond like a monkey,
and I couldn't catch him. You should have seen him, Debbie. You should have seen him."
Debbie stared at her friend. Joy was right. After all, Joy had 2 children, and they were well behaved. "Maybe Jared has one of those actual medical problems, like ADHD, Joy suggested.
"What's that?"
"Children with the symptoms that Jared has. I've heard about it."
"Tell me."
Debbie shook her head. "I don't know that much. I've heard they have trouble concentrating and can't sit still. Sometimes they can be disruptive and can't play with others very well." Debbie didn't like what she was hearing. Joy had just described Jared's behavior.
"Oh, I didn't know there was a name for it."
"I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying there could be a reason for Jared's actions." Debbie sat there for a while.
"Is there a cure?"
"I'm not sure. You'll have to go and see a doctor."
"I will."
Debbie half hoped he had what Joy suggested he had. Then people wouldn't be blaming her all the time for being a bad parent.
"Thank you for looking after him today."
They did have fun. Joy gave a weak smile, and Debbie knew Joy wouldn't be asking Jared to return. Then one of the girls yelled from the room.
"Jared pulled my hair!"
Debbie leaped to her feet.
"I'm so sorry. I'll take him home. Thank you."
Debbie grabbed Jared by his arm after making him apologize to Faith. Then they left Joy's house. Once they were in the buggy heading home, Debbie tried to understand Jared by asking him why he pulled Faith's hair. He kept saying he didn't have a reason. Could Jared have a real issue? He had always been a quiet child, but lately he had been more withdrawn than ever. He never seemed to pay attention, and he was always getting into trouble for doing outrageous things. Debbie sighed as she pulled into the driveway at the orchard. She hated thinking something was wrong with her son, but she couldn't help but worry. She was relieved when Jared got out of the buggy and ran into the house without saying a word. Wilma was so good with him. He rarely did anything naughty when she was around. As Debbie unhitched the buggy and tended to the horse, she thought about everyone who told her that Jared needed more discipline. But what if that wasn't the answer? How she missed having a man around. Her thoughts turned to Fritz, her ex-boyfriend's brother. Most people mourned their ex-boyfriends after a breakup, but she couldn't stop thinking about Peter's brother. Apart from igniting something within her, Fritz had been nice to Jared. Chapter 9. Debbie had deep regrets over sending that letter to Peter. Part of her just wanted to forget him and how he treated her. Another part of her wanted to stand up for herself. What he did was wrong on so many levels. Why should he be allowed to get away with bad behavior? Thinking about behavior led her to worry about another male's actions, one that was closer to home. Her son, Jared. Over the evening meal that night, Debbie talked to everyone about her young son. She ensured her words were soft so he wouldn't hear from his little table on the other side of the room.
"I don't know what his problem is," Debbie said, stabbing at her salad. "He's never been as bad as this before."
"Maybe it's a phase," Samuel said. Ada shook her head at her husband. "Maybe it's something else." Debbie looked at Ada with hope in her eyes.
"What do you mean?"
"I don't know." Debbie's disappointment was palpable.
"You don't think it could be anything serious, do you?"
"You don't seem to think it's a discipline problem, so what's left?" Ada put down her knife and fork and stared at Debbie.
"Joy suggested he could have some kind of problem. I don't know what to do," Debbie said finally. "I mean, I don't want to take him to a doctor or anything, but I can't stand to see him like this. I'm really worried about him. I'm scared he's not going to get better."
"Maybe he'll snap out of it," Wilma said. "You know, sometimes we all act funny. It's normal." Debbie thought about what Wilma said.
"That's what Matthew said, too."
"Where is Matthew?" Crystal asked. "I was told he'd be here tonight."
"He's busy with something," Ada said.
Crystal knew Matthew was busy, but not with something. He was busy with Fenella. "I was looking forward to seeing him. Is Fenella going home soon?" Crystal asked. "Does anyone know?" "She's still staying with her grandmother," Wilma said. Crystal tried her best not to be jealous. "Perhaps Fenella needs to be home with the rest of her family. She's been here so long that they must miss her." "Don't you think she knows that?" Ada asked. "Sorry." Crystal sighed and looked away. "I'm a little out of sorts tonight. It's been a stressful day."
"Why's that?"
Samuel asked. "I argued with my mother. We haven't talked in a while, but I called her earlier to tell her about Cherish's wedding, and she started on me about something totally unrelated. Then she hung up on me."
"That's awful."
Ada shook her head. "It's a little more complicated than that," Crystal explained. "But I don't want to get into it right now." "I can imagine," Wilma said. "You and your mom aren't close anymore?" "We've drifted apart over the years. She's always been critical of me, but I thought we were finally starting to be friends. When I called her, she didn't even ask how I was. She wasn't nice." "I'm sorry about that," Wilma said. "Thank you. It was so hurtful." Samuel suddenly touched his ear.
"What was that?"
"What was what?" Ada asked.
"Something hit my ear."
He looked around.
"Oh!"
Ada yelled before her eyes dropped to the table where she saw a pea sitting.
"It's a pea!"
Then a pea hit Ada's face. She turned to look at Jared.
"Look what Jared's doing!"
Everyone turned around to see him flicking peas with his fork. "No, Jared!" Debbie jumped up and took the fork from him. "Say you're sorry to everyone." He said nothing, but reached his hand up to get the fork back from his mother. "Say you're sorry," Debbie repeated.
"No."
She grabbed his arm and said, "It's off to bed with you."
"Yes, there's nothing wrong with him that this won't fix."
Ada held up her hand. Debbie looked at Ada in surprise. "This?" Ada nodded to her hand that she was holding up.
"On his bottom."
Wilma noticed Debbie looked crushed, so she jumped up. "I'll take him upstairs, Debbie. You sit down and finish your meal." "Are you sure?" "Of course." Wilma took Jared's hand and walked him upstairs. When he got to his room, he sat on his bed, and Wilma sat next to him. "Why did you throw the peas, Jared?" Jared's shoulders hunched, and a smile hinted around his lips.
"Just for fun."
"Well, what made you think of doing it?" Wilma asked.
"Matthew showed me how to flick peas with my fork."
"He didn't tell you to aim the peas at people, did he?"
"No."
Jared hung his head. "Do you think you should have done it?" Jared shook his head. "Let's go down and say sorry to Aunt Ada and Uncle Samuel." He shook his head again.
"And Ada wants to hit me."
"She won't, but you should say you're sorry. It wasn't a nice thing to do." Jared agreed, and she took him downstairs. He apologized to Ada and Samuel, and then Wilma took him upstairs to get changed for bed. Debbie was grateful that Ada didn't say anything else. Chapter 10. That night, Debbie put the letter she had sent to Peter out of her mind. She went to bed thinking about Fritz. The two brothers were so different. Fritz's face appeared before her, and she recalled his blue eyes and how they crinkled at the corners when he smiled at her. Then she imagined being held in his arms. She drifted off to sleep, smiling for the first time all day. When she woke in the middle of the night, she had a feeling to check on Jared. She walked to his room and saw he still had his gas light on. He was lying on his back with his eyes wide open, staring up at the ceiling. He held something in his right hand, but she couldn't see it. She glanced at the bookshelf and noticed that he had turned one of his books upside down. "Jared, what are you doing?" she asked. Jared didn't answer, but kept staring at the ceiling. He looked different. He was bigger, older. How was that possible? Debbie walked over to his bed. "Jared, what are you doing?" she asked again. Jared looked at her and said,
"I'm thinking about what's wrong with me."
"What do you mean?"
"I'm thinking about why I can't do stuff like other kids. There is something wrong with me."
Debbie looked down at the floor. "Jared, I don't think there's anything wrong with you."
"Yes, there is," he said. "There has to be."
Debbie sat down on the side of Jared's bed. "Tell me what you mean."
"I can't do stuff other kids can do," he said. "I can't read like other kids can, and I can't write like other kids. I can't do math. I'm not normal."
The look on his face shattered her. Then she woke and sat up straight. She put her hand to her heart. It was all just a dream. She sank back down into the pillow. The last thing she wanted was for Jared to think something was wrong with him. The dream had shaken her, and Jared's words in the dream had broken her heart. She pulled on her robe and then crept to the room next to hers. She pushed the door open and saw Jared fast asleep. Debbie closed the door quietly. Once she was back in her bed, she sat up so she wouldn't go to sleep. Then she prayed about everything that had been bothering her lately. She prayed for her parents and John's parents. She also asked for all the bitterness in her heart to be taken away. The following day, before Ada arrived, Wilma got another visit from Daphne. They sat in the kitchen, drinking coffee and talking. "It's not easy losing your husband," Daphne said, "but you learn to cope. You have to get through the days. Not a day goes by when I don't think about Gideon." Wilma nodded, noticing for the first time that Daphne's eyes were so dark they were nearly black. The dark hair peeping out from under Daphne's prayer cup was streaked with gray. It was once as dark as her eyes. Daphne continued. "You have to find ways to keep going," Daphne said. "I make quilts for charity. It helps me feel useful." "That's a nice idea," Wilma said. "We're making a quilt for Cherish as a late wedding gift. It's a good way to spend time with Debbie and Crystal in the evening." "It helps to keep busy." Wilma smiled at Daphne. "I'm glad you're here. I wonder, would you like to come here on Tuesday and Friday mornings starting from next week? I'm having a get-together with Susan. She's a widow, too. Ada will be there as well. We can all talk and bring sewing. Ada can make cakes for us." Wilma giggled at the thought of Ada's face when she heard that another widow was coming. Ada would be outnumbered. "I'd love that, Wilma. I spend much of my time wishing someone would visit me. I often want to visit people, but I don't know if people are too busy for me. Everyone seems in so much of a rush these days." "So you'll come?" Wilma asked. "I will." "Danka, I'll look forward to it." When Daphne's visit was over, Wilma watched as Daphne walked toward her buggy. She waved at Wilma, and Wilma waved back. Wilma had only just sat down when Ada arrived. She stepped down from the buggy, and Samuel drove away. Wilma was feeling much better. She was lighter, like a weight had been lifted from her. She knew she still had a hard road ahead of her, but she felt hopeful for the first time in a long time. "You're late today." Ada pushed out her lips. "I didn't know I had to be here at a certain time." "You usually are." "You sit in front of the fire, and I'll make us some tea." "Danka, Ada." When Ada returned with the tea, Wilma told her about Daphne's visit. "I enjoyed her company. She's a pleasant woman." Ada put her teacup up to her lips and took a sip. "Did she have much to say? She was here yesterday." "We had a good conversation.
It's nice talking to other people who've been through what I've been through. Yeah, it would be. You can help each other. Will Daphne be visiting you much? What do you mean? Susan is coming 2 mornings a week, so I thought— You mean Daphne should come too? What a wonderful idea.
Ada's mouth dropped open.
If you say so. How will we finish the quilt?
The quilt? Wilma asked.
Yeah, Cherish's quilt.
We can sew and talk at the same time. I told you that the other day.
Okay, if you say so.
Ada pushed out her lips as though she was deep in thought. Wilma knew Ada felt a little displaced because she had made new friends. Chapter 11. Debbie had asked Bliss to look after her stall while she took Jared to the doctor. She had to find out whether he had a medical problem affecting him.
He's fine,
Dr. Morgan said after examining Jared and asking him a few questions. So there's nothing wrong with him? Debbie asked. The doctor shook his head.
He's fine. He's just got a lot of energy.
Debbie huffed and looked down. She was dismayed. He's so different from other children.
Is there anything at home that could affect him?
Debbie looked away. I don't know.
Who do you live with?
I live with my aunt. My husband died before Jared was born. My uncle has just died as well. Jared was quite close to him, and so was I.
Maybe he's sensing your stress or getting used to his great-uncle not being around.
It's possible, Debbie said. I try not to let it affect him.
What about your parents? The doctor asked. Is there someone who can help out with Jared?
Debbie didn't want to talk about her parents. My aunt has been helpful, and I also have friends.
Is anyone helping you out financially?
No, I'm supporting myself. I have a market stall and website where I sell my tea. He nodded and looked back at his notes. I have a lot of people around, and they help me with him, Debbie said, before realizing she'd already said that.
That's good.
So, what do you think is the problem with his behavior if it's not medical? Debbie asked.
It could be several things. He could be extremely intelligent, and his surroundings bore him. He might need extra stimulation, and maybe some challenges. Have you had any relationships since your husband?
One boyfriend, but that ended just recently.
And how did Jared get along with him?
Okay, but not wonderfully. Jared got along better with my other male friends. The man has gone now. He's moved away.
Has Jared got worse since then?
Debbie shook her head. I don't think so. She didn't want to think about that. If it were true, she'd only blame herself for not marrying Peter when she had the chance. The doctor looked up at her.
You've got nothing to worry about. I can't find anything medically wrong with him.
Jared saw the doctor's keys, grabbed them, ran over to the door, and tried to stick one of the keys in the keyhole. Jared, come here. Dr. Morgan didn't seem worried. Debbie pointed at what Jared was doing. Do you think that's normal? The doctor smiled.
It's not abnormal. I think he's bored. Don't worry so much.
Debbie stared at Jared as he tried to fit one of the keys into the lock. If there was nothing medically wrong with him, then maybe there was something emotionally or mentally wrong with him.
If you're worried about something, maybe he's picking it up on some level.
Thank you. I'll think about what it might be. Debbie had hoped the doctor would provide her with answers. Now all she had were more questions.
Is there anything else I can help with?
The doctor asked. No, thank you. Debbie stood up. Jared, give the keys back to Dr. Morgan. We're going now. Jared ran back and put the keys down on the doctor's desk. After they left, Debbie went straight to Joy's house and asked her to watch Jared for an hour or so while she went to the bishop. If a doctor was no help, maybe Bishop Paul would have the answer. Chapter 12. Debbie knocked on the bishop's door. She heard a voice from inside saying,
It's open."
She walked in and saw the bishop sitting in an armchair. His wife Hannah sat in a chair next to him.
"Hello, Debbie," the bishop said.
"Hello, Bishop Paul," Debbie replied.
"What can I do for you?" he asked.
Debbie hesitated. She didn't know how to start. The bishop said softly,
"Speak to me, Debbie. I'm here to help you."
"I have to tell you something, Bishop Paul."
"Go ahead."
The bishop gave her an encouraging nod. "I have a problem."
"Sit down with us."
After she sat down, he asked,
"What is it?"
Debbie took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm having a problem with Jared and his behavior. I went to the doctor and he suggested quite a few things. Some of the things were possibly good reasons for how he is, but the other thing is I might have unresolved issues about John, my late husband. The doctor thought Jared might be picking up on my emotional issues."
"What about John?"
The bishop frowned as though he was confused. Debbie took a deep breath and told the bishop how her late husband had treated her by keeping their marriage a secret. It was embarrassing to tell the horrible truth. "Then I gave him an ultimatum that he should tell his parents that night, or I would. He died that day not long after I left him." Hannah leaned forward.
"Can I ask how he died?"
Debbie grimaced. She didn't want to think about it. "Their bishop was allowing tractors. John and his father were thinking of buying one. They went to a friend's place to try one out, and then it rolled on him." The bishop looked down and shook his head slightly.
"I did hear about that."
"We're so sorry," Hannah said. "That must have been a dreadful shock for you." "I found out later I was pregnant. Then I told my parents about the secret marriage and that I was expecting. They didn't know what to do with me because John's parents didn't know I was even married to John. They didn't want to upset John's parents. My father worked for John's father, you see. I think that had a lot to do with them wanting not to upset him." Debbie breathed out heavily. "They sent me to Levi and Wilma."
"What is unresolved?"
Hannah asked. "I'm angry at John for what he did."
"What did he do?"
Debbie stared at Hannah. Why didn't she understand how she would have felt? "He never told his parents we were married. He was still living at their home like a single man." The bishop looked at Hannah and then back at Debbie.
"Maybe you should ask God to take away your bitterness of John."
"And my parents. I'm upset with them too. They cared more about what John's parents would think. I was just sent away, alone and pregnant. I don't even talk to them anymore. They don't deserve it." Debbie hung her head, figuring she'd revealed too many of her thoughts and feelings. "Talking about it all now, I see I do have resentments. But isn't that only reasonable, considering all that's happened?" The bishop nodded.
"I can understand how you feel." "She feels let down," Hannah said with her mouth turned down.
"It's true, I do."
"You don't have to talk to them, does she, Paul?" Hannah asked.
The bishop shook his head.
"I don't think you do, if you'd rather not, but you must get rid of the bitterness before it eats away at you."
Debbie wasn't sure how that could be affecting Jared, but she was willing to give anything a try. "How can I deal with it? I've tried putting myself in their places, but I still don't know how they could do what they've done." The bishop sat there for a moment and stroked his beard.
"Pray about it. Pray for God to take the bitterness from your heart. Pray also for them."
"I'll do that. I haven't prayed for them in quite a while because I try not to think about them."
"Do it, and you'll feel better."
"I will. Do you think this will help Jared?"
"Your doctor seemed to think so," Hannah reminded her.
"Oh, yes, that's true. I feel better already just talking about it. I had put it behind me, and I suppose I was burying my feelings about it." Debbie looked down at her hands.
No one wants to think about unpleasantness, Hannah commented.
I should go. Thank you for letting me talk about this.
Any time. I'm glad we could help.
Hannah rose to her feet.
I'll walk you out, Debbie.
On the way home, Debbie felt a little better. Most of all, she was glad she could tell Joy that the doctor didn't find any problem with Jared. Chapter 13. The fabric for Cherish's quilt had arrived, and Wilma had cut enough pieces so they could start hand-sewing. They were about to have their first widows' get-together. Once all the women arrived at Wilma's house, the conversation turned to Debbie.
Debbie is a widow,
Daphne said.
I wonder if she'd like to come too. We should have some younger people.
Ada laughed.
I don't think so. We're all a lot older than she is. Besides that, she works 5.5 days a week at her tea stall. It's hard for her to get the time off. She has to ask someone to watch her stall, and I don't know if she'll want to do that too much.
Wilma frowned at Ada, and then Ada adjusted her tone.
It was nice of you to think of her,
Ada said, smiling at Daphne.
She's a lovely woman, and she's raising Jared on her own. I'm sure you help her, Wilma.
I do what I can. It's a shame what happened between her and Peter, but I hear she and his brother got along well.
Susan raised her eyebrows.
What? Fritz? Ada asked. I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned him. His brother, Fritz? Ada asked again. Yes, Fritz White.
Susan pushed her glasses further up her nose. Ada shook her head.
I don't think that's possible.
Susan leaned forward.
I heard that they were talking and looking very happy. He's single, and she's single now, thanks to what Peter did. His mother's not very happy with him. I'm sorry.
Susan hung her head.
I always say too much. That's why I don't talk much, because I have trouble stopping when I start. It's better than saying too little. You need to stop saying sorry all the time, Susan.
Ada leaned over and patted her shoulder reassuringly.
I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to say that.
Wilma bit her lip, thinking about Fritz and Debbie. I can't see them together. It's weird to think about after she's been with Peter for so long.
When Fritz came here, he was so abrupt. He's too stern for Debbie.
Ada looked down and jabbed her needle into the fabric. Wilma nodded.
That's the right word to use, abrupt.
Well, he can't have been that way with Debbie,
Daphne said. Wilma looked up. Debbie would have said something to us if she liked Fritz. Ada bit her lip.
Do you think so?
I'm not sure now. I'll have to ask her. Ada sat tall in her chair.
Don't do that, Wilma. She'll think we're spying on her. Let's just wait and see what happens. I could tell she didn't like me saying Jared needed his bottom smacked.
Daphne burst out laughing.
Oh, Ada, you're funny. Did you really say that?
I did, and I wasn't joking at all. She took him to the doctor, thinking he had something wrong, but he didn't. He's not got a problem like those other children who are naughty. He's just naughty because he's not disciplined.
I admit that Debbie is soft, Wilma said. She's very kind-hearted, and probably not tough enough with him because he's so spirited.
Spare the rod and spoil the child. But I won't say that again around Debbie. I don't want to upset her. We must all pray that she remarries for the sake of Jared. A father will be stern and give him what he needs.
Some guidelines? Susan asked.
Something like that.
Ada looked down at her sewing again, glad everyone saw things her way, because she was right.
Maybe she'll marry Fritz.
I hear he's returning, Susan said. He's handsome, with his height and his broad shoulders.
Ada and Wilma exchanged glances.
What's he coming back for? Ada asked.
That's just it. No one knows. He's just visited his mother. There's no need for him to revisit her since he's neglected her for years. I'm sorry for saying that, but that's what I've heard. Oops, I said sorry again. I would guess he's coming back for Debbie.
Susan adjusted her glasses once more. Wilma sat back in her chair. That's something she didn't want to hear. If Debbie married Fritz, Debbie and Jared would move out of the house. Possibly even move away, back to where Fritz lived. "We'll have to wait and see what happens," Wilma mumbled. Chapter 14. Debbie was pleased when she arrived home on Friday afternoon. Bliss had offered to work for her on Saturday afternoons and 2 afternoons throughout the week. Debbie was glad to have that break so she could spend more time with Jared or just sit and do nothing. Jared was playing outside, and Debbie was taking the opportunity to mend some clothes when she heard a knock on the door. Debbie put down her mending and headed to the door when no one else was hurrying to answer it. When she opened it, she saw Peter. She stood there gawking at him, not knowing what to say. Why had he come back? "Can I talk to you?" he asked. "No. After 5 years of dating, you left me for a woman you'd been writing to in secret. I wrote everything I've got to say to you in the letter." She went to close the door, but he put his hand up to stop her. "I only wrote to tell you how you hurt me. I didn't want you to come back." "I'm sorry for what I did, okay? Will you accept my apologies?" "What happened to Maisie?" she snapped. "I was just accompanying her back home," he said. "She's just a friend. I don't love her. I love you." A part of Debbie was flattered that he'd come back, and her heart softened toward him. She didn't quite believe him about Maisie, but he had come back, and that meant something. "Okay," she mumbled, looking down at the floorboards. "Can I come in?" he asked. She stepped back, and he walked into the house. After looking around the room, he sat down on the couch. She sat on the chair closest to the fire. It was also as far away from him as she could get. "I'm sorry," he said. "I should never have written to Maisie. I can see how it looks, but they were letters of encouragement, not love letters." "It's okay," she said, not believing him, but not wanting to fight about it. "No, it's not okay. I'm sorry. I was stupid to do anything that might make me lose you. When I got your letter, I realized how I'd been acting. It's not acceptable. I don't expect a woman like you to accept it either." "It's okay." It wasn't, but she didn't know what else to say. "No, it's not." He stared at her intently. "I was a fool. It's not just Maisie. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. I don't deserve you." "That's not true," she said. "You do." "No, I don't," he said. "I want you to forgive me." "I do," she said. "I've forgiven you." She wasn't sure what he'd done to her apart from leaving her for Maisie. Maybe there was something else she didn't know about. He moved over to her and kneeled beside her. He took her hand and kissed it, making her feel dreadfully uncomfortable. Her heart was torn. Fritz was coming back, and she wanted to get to know him. She deserved a chance with a man who made her heart race. But then there was the familiarity of Peter. She'd been with Peter for years. Was she really ready to start all over with someone she barely knew? She was torn between her head and heart, now that Peter sincerely apologized. She had to forgive him. Now things had just gotten more complicated. Maybe Fritz was too good for her. Maybe Fritz wouldn't like her when he got to know her. Maybe she had to settle for someone imperfect like Peter because she was flawed. Who'd want her when she came with Jared, who wasn't well behaved, when they could have a younger woman with no attachments? She pulled her hand away from Peter. "I need time to think." "What do you have to think about?"
I'm here. I said I'm sorry, and I want to marry you. I want to be a father to Jared. He deserves a father. Let's not waste all those years we spent together." She gulped at the mention of her son. She turned her head and looked out the window at the sky. Even if there was a slight chance with Fritz, she couldn't risk losing it. Fritz was everything she'd ever wanted in a man. But where was he? "I'm sorry, but you broke my heart when you left. I don't want that to happen again." His lips quivered, and he was silent for a moment. "It will never happen again. You said you've forgiven me for writing to Maisie. I'll be truthful, completely honest. You've got to understand that you weren't giving me enough attention because you were too busy with your tea business. I had to get attention elsewhere." "Are you blaming me for your shortcomings?" "No, I'm just explaining why I did what I did." She recalled that Fritz was upset with Peter for not having a proper job, and he was right. "Maybe you've got too much time on your hands. Maybe you need to work more." He took his hat off and ran his hand through his hair before he placed his hat back on his head. "You sound just like my brother." "Well, it's something to think about. I'm sorry, but it just won't work between us, Peter." "But why? Haven't we been happy?"
"Yes, but that's when I didn't know you'd been communicating with another woman. How do you think that is for me?"
He looked down as he shook his head. "How about we meet together tomorrow afternoon? You're not working, and we can sort this out between us." Was he spying on her somehow?
"How do you know I'm not working, then?"
"I went to the markets just now, and Bliss told me."
"Oh, I see. I don't know that we would have anything to talk about."
"Please?" She folded her arms as she considered it. Maybe it would be a good idea to tie up loose ends between them before Fritz returned. Fritz would back away if things weren't properly over between herself and Peter. She couldn't risk that.
"Okay. Tomorrow afternoon."
"Great. And could you see that someone else looks after Jared? I want your full attention."
"I'm sure Wilma or Joy will look after him."
Wilma walked out of the kitchen and saw the two of them. Peter jumped to his feet.
"Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. Hello, Peter. I've just made some hot chocolate for when you two are finished talking. That'll warm you both up."
Peter opened his mouth to talk, but Debbie got in first.
"Thanks, Wilma, but Peter's just leaving."
"Oh, then hello and goodbye, Peter." Wilma quickly moved back into the kitchen. "Bye, Wilma." Peter looked down at Debbie. "I know you're mad, but please keep an open mind. I'll explain everything tomorrow. You owe me that much."
"I don't owe you anything."
"I don't want to get into it right now. We'll talk tomorrow." He moved closer as though he was going to embrace her, but she swerved away before getting to her feet. Peter seemed a little shocked. Debbie opened the front door for him. He walked past her, moved down the porch steps, and then got into his buggy. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders as she watched him leave. Wilma must have been watching because she stepped out onto the porch as soon as he was gone. "Everything okay? I thought Peter had left with that woman who was here."
"He's back. He tells me he was just taking Maisie home. He wants to talk with me tomorrow. Would you be able to watch Jared?"
"Of course. Do you think he will propose?" She didn't want to tell Wilma he already had proposed.
"I'm not sure."
Why did he leave and then come back?
"Maybe that's what he wants to talk about. He left me for Maisie, and then he changed his mind. He wants me to forgive him so things can return to how they were before."
"What will you do? It seems complicated now."
"My whole life is full of complications, Aunt Wilma."
Wilma put her arm around her shoulder. "Let's go into the kitchen. It's nice and warm in there. The sun is coming through the window. Some hot chocolate will make you feel better, and I think we've still got some of Ada's cookies. One before dinner won't hurt us."
Debbie smiled to mask how she was truly feeling.
Thank you.
For what?
For everything. For allowing me and Jared to stay here. We're not even real relatives of yours.
You are. You're Levi's niece.
I know, but I'm not your niece. You don't have to let me stay in your home.
Nonsense. You're family. Sometimes you don't have to be related to people you consider family. People come into your life, and you know they're your people. They can even be closer to you than people who are your true family. Wilma still had her arm around Debbie, and she guided her back into the warmth of the house. Peter drove away from Debbie's place in his friend's borrowed buggy. He'd done well. He'd convinced her to meet with him again. Fritz hadn't been there, or Debbie would have mentioned him. Perhaps he'd been wrong about Fritz's motivations, or he'd possibly gotten to Debbie first. Now his whole future depended on Saturday afternoon. He had to let her know what she meant to him. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Something told him if he didn't get Debbie back, things wouldn't go well for him. He considered again how much easier life would be for him if he married Debbie. He'd been a fool to get distracted by Maisie. If he had waited long enough, Debbie would have been obliged to marry him. Chapter 15. Wilma was washing up the following day when a horse and buggy pulled up at the house. She didn't recognize the horse, so she went out. It was James Yoder. She wondered why he was there.
Good morning, Wilma.
Hello, James. He turned around and pulled out a leather pouch from his buggy. Out of it, he pulled a bundle of cash and held it out to her.
Levi gave me a loan a few years ago. I forgot to pay him back. There's $2,000 there. Take it.
Wilma took it from him. Thank you.
You don't have to thank me. Just do something with it instead of letting it sit in the bank. That's what Levi would want.
I will. Thank you. Wilma didn't know what to say. She wanted James to leave. She wanted to be alone.
I'm sorry about Levi.
Thank you. Wilma didn't know if she could say anything else. The lump in her throat got so big she thought she would choke. James stayed there for a few moments, as if he was waiting for Wilma to say something else.
So I'll see you around.
He turned around and got into the buggy. He instructed the horse and drove off. The house was quiet again. Wilma sat on the couch and looked at the money. It was a lot of money. She could hire a car, go on a vacation, and see her family. The possibilities were all there, but Wilma didn't feel like doing anything but staying on the couch and holding the cash. Wilma looked at the clock on the fireplace mantel. It was mid-morning. Now she was starting to think about money. There would be property taxes she'd have to pay now that Levi was gone. Her head started to go fuzzy at the thought. With all the houses Levi had, the $2,000 might not go far. Why did Levi have to leave her to sort out all these problems? It was too much. When Wilma moved to the kitchen to hide the cash, she saw the money in the cookie jar dwindling. She worried there might not be much money left in the bank account. She had a joint account with Levi, but he'd always looked after that. She knew it was time to organize the finances, but she couldn't do it alone. She didn't want to ask Debbie for help. She had enough problems of her own, and she didn't want to burden Crystal with it either. Carter sprang to mind. He was a good businessman. He'd know about all that kind of thing. When Levi died, Carter offered his help with anything at all. Then there was Florence, who'd be only too happy to help. But Wilma wanted a chance to get closer to Carter. Now she had an excuse to do just that. Wilma pulled on her coat and walked through the orchard to Florence and Carter's house. Carter's car was in the driveway, but there was no sign of him. She went to the door and knocked on it. Florence flung the door open. "Hi, Wilma," she said. "What's up?" Wilma hesitated. It hurt her that Florence now called her Wilma. For so many years she'd been Mom to her stepdaughter. Now the distance between them was clear every time Florence uttered her name. "I just wanted to talk to Carter," Wilma said. "Is he here?" "Come on in," Florence said. "I'll get him. He's just in his office." Wilma followed Florence into the kitchen. Her granddaughter Iris sat on the living room sofa, turning the pages of a book. "Carter, Wilma's here," Florence called. He came out of his office, smiling.
"Hi, Wilma. What brings you here? Come, sit down. Want some coffee?"
"No, thanks," she said. "I'd just like to talk to you for a minute." Carter looked at Florence, who shrugged and returned to the living room. He walked Wilma into his office, took her coat, and hung it on the coat rack by the door, then gestured for her to sit in the chair facing his desk.
"Is this about the orchard?" he said. "Do you need Florence to help you with it?"
"No, it's not that," Wilma said. "Well, it is, but not really."
"Do you want to sell it?" Carter asked.
"It's not mine to sell." He frowned.
"That's right."
She could tell he was nervous and puzzled, but it was hard for her to ask for help.
"Can I do something for you?"
"Yes. I'm wondering if you could help me with banking. I have paperwork that says Levi has 5 houses, and I need to know where the money is going," Wilma said.
"The lease money?"
"Yes. Could you come to the bank with me to help me sort it out? I've never done any banking. I know that when I married Levi, he said he changed everything so it would be my money, too. He said the bank account was in both of our names."
"I can certainly help you with that."
"It doesn't have to be today, if you're busy."
"I can do it right now. Do you have any paperwork for the leases or lease agreements?"
Wilma shook her head. Knowing Levi, he would have done them with handshake agreements. Carter raised his eyebrows.
"I don't like the sound of that. You'll have to get your tenants onto formal agreements and have them all sign."
"Oh, that sounds like a lot of trouble."
"I can do it all for you."
That was the best news Wilma had heard for ages. "You can?"
"I sure can. I've been looking for something to keep me busy. I have quite a bit of time on my hands lately."
Carter smiled.
"We can go to the bank now if you want."
"Okay, I'm ready."
"Do you have the addresses of the properties?"
"It's all at home."
"How about we stop there on the way?" he suggested.
"We can do that. Are you sure you can spare the time?"
"I'm happy to do it."
He stood up.
"I'll just tell Florence where we're going."
Carter walked into the sunroom and told Florence what was happening. "This is what we've been waiting for. Wilma needs us now, and she came to us. We didn't have to go to her."
Carter nodded. "It'll take a while, but we've waited a long time already."
"I can see what's going to happen. We'll get closer to her, and she'll grow closer with us."
"I hope so,"
he said. "It'll happen." Carter gave his wife a goodbye kiss and then his daughter before he walked out of the house with Wilma. "Why can't I go too?" Iris whined. "Because they're doing boring things. They're going to the bank." "What for?" Florence looked down at Iris. She had closed her book and was now in the middle of a jigsaw puzzle while their dog Spot looked on. "Because your grandmother needs to sort out some things." "Why does she need Daddy to go with her?" "She just does." Iris huffed. "No one ever tells me anything." Chapter 16. Carter took Wilma home, and he waited in the car while she gathered all her paperwork. She got back in the car and put everything on her lap. Then she ensured her dress was entirely in before closing the door.
"Got everything?" he asked.
"I've got all the addresses. What will the bank tell us?"
Carter turned on the ignition. "They'll tell us, for one, how much money you have in the bank."
"We should have a lot. We hardly use any money. Levi gave me a weekly allowance for housekeeping."
Are you sure you didn't find any leases or anything for the houses?
Nothing. I'm sure Levi would have just had an agreement with them. That's why I think people in our community are living in them. I'm just hoping they haven't forgotten to pay like those who forgot to pay Levi back the loans. He shot her a look.
What's that?
I found people owed Levi money. They haven't paid him back. I was going to forget about it, but Ada mentioned it to Eli. He's a deacon, and said he'd talk to the people who owe money. I'm still in two minds about it.
When did he give out these loans?
A long time ago, before we got married. He said he wasn't going to chase people for money, and that's why I feel weird with Eli doing it.
It's a tough situation. Ada and Eli just want to do their best for you.
Carter didn't say more about it, and Wilma wondered if he would have had the same thoughts as Levi, just to let it be. The teller at the bank was polite but efficient. She took their statements and quickly printed off a copy of the latest balance sheet. Then she delivered some shocking news. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Brenner, but your account is overdrawn." Wilma looked at Carter. "Overdrawn?" Carter whispered, "It has a minus balance." Wilma felt a cold knot form in her stomach. "How much are we behind?" $600. "What?" $600. "That's impossible." Wilma shook her head. The teller glanced at the screen in front of her. "You've been overdrawn for some time." Wilma stared at Carter. She didn't know what to do. He stood there, rubbing his chin. Wilma turned back to the teller. "You've made a mistake. Please look again." They kept looking at her. "No, there's no mistake. I'm sorry." But... Wilma stammered and then froze. Levi had been careful with their money. They'd always made sure they had enough to live on. He had always told her they had plenty of money in the bank. The teller asked, "Can you fix that today? We'll need a payment soon." "No," Wilma blurted out. "I'll have to come back another day." "Yes, we can." Carter pulled out a roll of bills and peeled off $600 bills. "Carter, no!" Wilma touched his arm. "It's fine, Wilma." "No." He ignored her and handed over the bills. Wilma stood there feeling more embarrassed than she'd ever felt before. She was sure everyone in the bank was staring at her. "My husband died, you see. He used to look after all this." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Thank you." The teller looked at Carter. "Is this your son?" Wilma glanced at Carter. "Yes, he is." "Would you like to make him a signatory for your accounts? Then he can help you." Wilma trusted him completely. "Would you do that, Carter?" "Of course. I'd be happy to help." Wilma turned back to the teller. "Thank you. We'll go ahead with that." Carter gave the teller his ID and then proceeded to fill out forms. Wilma stood there, looking on. It seemed odd to tell someone that Carter was her son. It also was freeing. He was her son, and now he was doing what a son would do for a mother. Once the account was back at a zero balance, Wilma and Carter left and walked back to the car. When Wilma sat in the passenger seat, she placed her hand over her stomach. "Are you okay?" Carter asked. She shook her head. "Not really. A man came today and gave me $2,000. I can pay you back as soon as I get home." "Don't worry about that. Let's just get the tenants paying. Can I have the list?" She leaned down, grabbed the folder she'd brought from home, and passed it to him. As he gazed over the page, he said, "We'll knock on the doors of all these houses. We'll get their names and see what paperwork they have." She nodded. "Okay, I guess that's a good idea." He put the first address into the car's navigation system. "Thank you for helping me out back there." "Don't mention it. I'm happy to help with whatever you need. I told you that." "I will pay you back every cent as soon as we get back to my place." "We'll talk about that later. Let's concentrate on determining why the rents haven't been paid." Wilma looked out the window, not knowing what was to come. After 20 minutes of driving, Carter stopped the car in front of a blue house.
Is this one of them?
Yes.
Do you know who lives here?
Wilma looked over at the house that had 2 cars in the driveway. No, it's no one from the community.
Come with me.
She wanted to stay in the car, but knew she had to be brave. She got out of the vehicle, and together she and Carter stood at the front door. They glanced at each other before Carter knocked. Wilma noticed a curtain behind a nearby window moved. "Someone's home," she whispered. A middle-aged man opened the door. He said nothing, but looked from one to the other.
Good morning. I believe you know Levi Brunner? Carter asked. Yes, he owns this house. He passed away some weeks ago.
The man looked down and rubbed his chin.
I'm sorry to hear that. Carter said, This is Mrs. Brunner, Levi's wife.
Widow, Wilma corrected him. He looked at Wilma and held out his hand.
I'm Eric Downey.
Wilma Brunner.
I'll be paying rent to you now, Mrs. Brunner?
Yes. Just call me Wilma.
Aren't you paying it into the bank? Carter asked.
Eric shook his head.
No. Levi came here every week to collect the rent. Wait here a moment.
He came back with a stack of bills. He passed it all to Wilma.
It's all there. I didn't know what to do with it when he didn't show up.
Wilma looked down at the crumpled bills in her hand. There would be enough to pay back Carter, even if she hadn't had the money at home. Carter pulled out a business card and handed it to him.
We'll be drawing up a proper lease. Here's my number. Can I take down some of your details?
The man opened the door wider.
Come inside.
Carter and Wilma followed him into the living room. Wilma couldn't help but notice the warm glow of the room, the cozy and well-tended furniture, and the faint aroma of vanilla. Eric took a seat on a large leather sofa.
Please, sit down. Can I get either of you a cup of tea? I've just made some.
He looked from Carter to Wilma, then back to Carter once more. Coffee would be great, Wilma said, sitting on the sofa next to Eric. Carter sat on a sturdy armchair facing them both.
Coffee for me too, please.
When Eric entered the kitchen, Wilma whispered to Carter, That's why the account is overdrawn. I never knew Levi collected the rents himself. That's probably where he went with Samuel all the time. They were out collecting rent.
It seems like it. I'll organize the tenants to put the money directly into your bank account. That'll be the best way to do it.
Yes, thank you. I know nothing about leases or anything. She smiled and gestured at the room. You have to admit, it's a lovely place.
It is. It seems that you're now a real estate mogul. You own 5 houses.
Wilma pressed her lips together. They might not be as good as this one. The one Joy and Isaac were in was falling apart.
But they fixed it.
They did. Wilma was embarrassed about having so much when so many had nothing. When Eric came back with coffee, Carter pulled out his phone and recorded the various answers to questions Carter asked him.
You've got no objection to being on a proper lease? None at all, as long as I can stay. I've been here for 5 years. You can stay. When was your last rent increase?
3 years ago. Carter cleared his throat.
We might have to look at a slight increase.
That's okay, as long as it's not much. I knew that would be coming.
I'll draw up a lease and come back to you. I'll also have you pay directly into Mrs. Brenner's bank account.
Eric nodded.
I can do that.
Good. Carter put his phone down and had a mouthful of coffee.
Sorry about your husband, Wilma.
Thank you.
He was a good man. He and his friend always tended to any repairs that were needed. They didn't even question half the things I wanted them to do. If anything needs doing, just call me, Carter told him.
Eric nodded.
I will, thank you.
Wilma and Carter left as soon as they finished their coffee. All Wilma wanted to do was go home, but she knew that wasn't an option. She was grateful for Carter's help, so she had to keep going today. Once they'd been to all 5 houses, they were full. They'd eaten cakes, sandwiches, and cookies, plus many cups of tea and coffee.
Thank you for taking time out of your day to do this.
I told you, I'm not doing much. This will be a good project for me. I'll have them each sign leases. It's nice how they all had wonderful things to say about Levi.
I know. He was on top of everything, collecting the money and fixing any repairs. It would have been nice if he had told me about certain things. I didn't even know he collected the rent personally.
He probably thought you had enough on your mind, Carter said.
Maybe. I feel bad about owning so many houses. I don't need them.
Hey, if it's a problem, it's not a bad problem to have. Carter chuckled. Besides, they'll give you a good income.
I don't need it. I live at the orchard for free and get enough to live on. I just need a little more, and I'm fine. What would I do with all that money?
Put it in the bank for a rainy day.
Wilma bit her lip. I think his children should benefit.
He had 3, right?
Yes, Bliss and 2 older sons. We don't see much of them. They were at the funeral, and that was the first time I'd seen them in years.
You could give them a house each and then keep 2 for yourself. You never know when that income will come in handy.
That's what I'll do. Thanks, Carter. That's a brilliant idea. Why don't you bring your family over for dinner on Wednesday night?
You really want us there?
Of course I do.
We'd be delighted to come.
When Carter got home after taking Wilma home, he couldn't wait to tell Florence that Wilma wanted them to come for dinner again. Florence stared at him for a moment after he told her. Is that true?
Yes.
Who else is going to be there? Florence asked. Is it going to be one of those big family dinners?
I don't know. She didn't say.
You look pretty happy about it.
Carter nodded. I am. She's starting to accept me. You were right.
Florence didn't want him to get his hopes up. From what he'd said about Iris, Wilma's sister who raised him, she was a loving and affectionate woman. Wilma was not any of those things. She's always needed someone to rely on. It was me when my father died.
Then she married Levi soon after you left, didn't she?
Florence nodded. That's right. It was quite sudden. Carter came closer and put his arm around her.
Shall we tell her over dinner?
Florence put her hand over her belly. About the baby?
Yes.
I think it would be a good time to do it, as long as it's only family there. Chapter 17. On Saturday afternoon, Peter and Debbie walked along the path in the park, their arms intertwined. The sun was setting, and the sky was dark blue with brilliant orange streaks. She didn't want the close physical contact, but he'd taken her arm, and she didn't want to upset him too much. She'd soon have to tell him she didn't want him back.
Debbie, Peter said, I've been thinking about us a lot lately. I want us to be together forever. I want to marry you. Will you marry me?
She gulped and didn't know what to say. The love for him was more like one would love a close friend. It was far different from what she felt for her late husband, John. I'll think about it. She was nervous about telling him the truth. It was easier to put it off. She hoped he'd leave again, for good this time. She wished she'd fought against the whim that caused her to write him that letter. That was obviously what caused him to come back. He stopped walking, so she stopped too.
It's crazy, Debbie. I've been waiting until you're ready, and I haven't wanted to push myself at you. I know what a rough time you've been through, but I thought we'd end up together. We've been dating for nearly 5 years. Why were we doing that if it wasn't going to be forever? Let's do it. Let's get married.
She couldn't say yes. All she could do was shake her head.
Come on, Debbie. You know I want to marry you.
She took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. How could she hurt his feelings? I'm going to need some time to think about it. You're not going to leave me with no answer, are you? He asked. Again?
I need time. They walked silently along the path, both thinking about what the other had said. We'll talk later, she said, when they did a full circle of the park and arrived back at his buggy. He grabbed her arm.
Wait, he said. You can't just leave me with no answer. I need a yes or a no. I've gotten to the point that I don't care either way. I just need to know. Give me an answer.
You're hurting me.
She turned from him and pulled her arm away.
He'd never been like this before. Please take me home.
I'm sorry.
He put his head in his hands.
I didn't mean it. You're making me act like a crazy man. You are everything to me, Debbie. If I don't have you in my life, there's no point going on.
She swallowed hard and knew she couldn't allow him to have hope of something that would never be. Peter, I'm not in love with you. I think what I feel for you is more like a friendship. I don't want to marry a friend.
Love grows when you get married. If you love me as a friend, that's all I need. We love each other, so let's do it. We can drive to the bishop's house now and work out a date for the wedding. Don't think about it so much. Just because you've had a bad experience, don't judge me by John. I'm not John.
She gulped at the mention of her late husband. She was tempted to tell him that sparks didn't happen with him as they had with John. But how would he ever understand something that she could never explain? She also couldn't tell him that his brother made her feel something that she hadn't felt in years, and that they had an unspoken, unexplainable connection.
Don't make me wait another 5 years.
Peter shook his head, and then his eyes filled with tears. She'd never seen him emotional like this. She was sad for him, but she had to think about herself for a change. Peter needed to be gone by the time Fritz returned. No, I don't want you to wait.
Neither do I. So what do you say?
If I'm still so undecided, I think that's a sign that it's not going to work between us. If you're forcing me to say yes or no, I have to say no. He shook his head.
You're wrong. We're great together. Think how good it would be for Jared if we had a proper family.
You don't even have a regular job. How are you going to provide for us?
Every man needs a good woman. As soon as you say the word, I'll get all the work I need to get us a roof over our heads and food for our bellies.
He wasn't making it easy. You seem to have an answer for everything.
I do, because I know we'll be happy together. We're good friends, which is the best marriage foundation. What's holding you back? Maybe there's something you haven't told me about?
She stared at him, not knowing what to say. There was nothing she could say. I don't want to marry you, Peter. When you ran off with Maisie, that confirmed it for me. You didn't even come to Cherish's wedding. She's been like a sister to me.
You forgave me for Maisie.
I can forgive, but that doesn't take your actions away. I'll always remember them.
Forgiving means wiping it clean, but not for you. You still hold grudges against your parents. You even hold grudges with John's parents. You're an unforgiving person.
Please take me home, Peter. This conversation is going around in circles. I said if you need an answer, it has to be no. All the way home, Peter kept verbally hammering at her about her unforgiving heart. She held her tongue. There was so much she could have said back to him. Now she wouldn't care if she never saw him again. Chapter 18. Fritz had been to the market stall and saw that Debbie wasn't there. She had to be at home, at the orchard. He held his breath, thinking of everything he'd say to Debbie when she opened the door. Several minutes later, Wilma opened the door to see Fritz standing there. "Fritz, hello." He was taken aback. In his imaginings, Debbie had answered the door.
"Good afternoon, Wilma. How are you on this fine afternoon?"
Wilma laughed. "It's a little chilly." Come in and sit by the fire." She took his hat and coat, and once they were seated, she asked, "Do you want to talk with me about Peter again?" That was the last thing he'd wanted to hear. "Peter?" "Yes, he's just come back." "He has?" "Yes. I've just boiled the kettle for a cup of coffee. Would you like one?" "Yes, I'd love one." When she got up, he followed her into the kitchen. She pulled mugs out of the cupboard and set them on the counter. "I didn't know he'd come back. That's surprising," Fritz said, fishing for information. What if Peter and Debbie were together right now? "Yes, Debbie's out somewhere with him now." He rubbed his chin. "Debbie's with him?" "That's right." While Wilma placed the coffee in the plunger, she saw how he'd reacted, and going by the rumors she heard from the ladies, she knew it was true. Fritz was in love with Debbie. That's why he was back. They'll be back soon. After an uncomfortable buggy ride, Debbie and Peter finally arrived back at the orchard. Debbie got out of the buggy and was about to say goodbye when Peter got out too. That meant Peter would come inside, and Debbie didn't want that. She just wanted him to go. When she heard the house's front door open, she looked over and saw Fritz standing there, staring at them. This wasn't good. This was the worst timing in the world for Fritz to show up. Wilma moved out of the doorway to stand beside him. When Peter saw Fritz, he turned to Debbie and said in a low voice, "I don't want to talk with him. I'll see you later, Debbie." Peter got into his buggy and drove away, leaving Debbie standing there. Debbie didn't say a word to Peter. Her gaze was fixed on Fritz. She'd have to explain to Fritz precisely what had just happened. She was still broken up with Peter. Nothing had changed since she'd last spoken with him. She hoped Fritz would believe her. Debbie took a step toward the house, and as she did so, Fritz walked toward her. She opened her mouth to speak to him, but he simply gave her a nod and a polite hello and kept walking. He left her in the middle of the driveway, watching him go. Both of them were gone. Now she was alone. Fritz climbed into his buggy and headed back to his mother's house where he was staying. What was Peter up to? He wasn't staying with their mother, and she had heard nothing about Peter being in town. Peter was up to no good and trying to get back with Debbie. And it looked like he might have succeeded. This couldn't be happening. Did his brother think he could have two women? Perhaps he was wrong about Debbie if she could go back to Peter so quickly. He thought there was something between them. This was the biggest disappointment in his life. Back at the orchard, Debbie felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Wilma. "Why was Fritz here?" Debbie asked. "He wasn't here long enough to say. I do know that he didn't know Peter was back. The two brothers mustn't communicate." Debbie swallowed hard. "Peter and we're not back together. Is that what Fritz thought?" She searched Wilma's face for answers. "I have no idea," Wilma said. "He was very sad. I think he was pleased to see you, but he didn't even stay for the coffee I made him. That was very odd. You two arrived, and he just left without a word and without drinking the coffee. He didn't even say goodbye. That's very strange." Debbie looked down at her hands. She didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. A pain stabbed at her chest. It was like a piece of glass had been jabbed into her heart. Wilma said, "I'm sorry, dear. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just worried about Peter. He's been through so much. Maybe he needs to be left alone for a while." "Peter needs to be left alone?" "Don't mind me, Debbie. I can see things are going on that I don't know. You can tell me when you're ready. I do think that Fritz was here to see you. I can't think of what other reason he'd have to come here. Come inside when you're ready." Wilma walked away. Debbie turned to look away from the house. The sun was setting behind the distant hills. Debbie stared at the orange and pink sky. Her eyes filled with tears, but she did not let them flow. She stood there, very still, blinking back the tears until Jared came running out of the house towards her.
Mom!
She crouched down, and he ran into her arms. As she held him, she was reassured. She had her son, and she was grateful for that. No one could take that happiness away from her. That night, when Jared went to bed, Debbie, Wilma, and Crystal sat up hand-sewing the quilt for Cherish.
"What's it like being married for a second time, Wilma?"
Debbie asked. Wilma glanced up at her and kept sewing. "Each marriage was different. The way I felt about each husband wasn't the same."
"Well, how did you feel about each of them?"
Crystal tucked her legs underneath her. "Josiah and I had a quick courtship. He asked me to marry him quickly, too. Everything just seemed right."
"That's so romantic," Crystal said. "You just knew."
"With Levi, it was more a marriage of friendship and companionship. I grew to love him over time." Debbie looked down at her stitches. That was fine for Wilma, but she needed to feel something extraordinary. She had her whole life ahead of her. She wouldn't settle for a man who had betrayed her.
"Wilma, do you think I should marry Peter?"
"I think you should do what's best for you. It does concern me that it's taken you so long to make up your mind. Maybe if you're unsure about him, there's a reason for that."
"I agree with that, but I kind of envy you, Debbie," Crystal said.
Debbie was shocked that anyone would envy her.
"Envy me?" "You grew up in an Amish community and were born into it. I'm an outsider, even though I've joined. I thought the men would treat me the same, but I'm continually overlooked."
"It'll happen, Crystal. It's just that the right one for you hasn't come along yet," Wilma said.
"Many people think I'm pretty, but even that counts for nothing. I might as well be as ugly as a horse's backside."
Wilma and Debbie laughed.
Crystal pouted. "It's true."
"We should forget men. You two can live here forever." "Oh, I shouldn't say that. Everyone will think I'm keeping you here like Cherish thought I was doing with her. I mean, don't be so worried."
"You shouldn't be worried, Crystal. You're a great catch for any man," Debbie told her. "You'd also make a great mother." "Thanks, Debbie. I need someone new to come here. I thought I might have met someone at Cherish's wedding, but all that happened was Matthew started courting Fenella."
"You liked Matthew?" Wilma asked.
"He was starting to grow on me, and then Fenella arrived, and that was the end of that. She's still here. I think she's quit her job so she can stay here and be close to Matthew."
Wilma looked up over her sewing. "That's where he must be eating now, at Fenella's grandmother's house. We've hardly seen him. He used to be here all the time for meals."
"Speaking of people missing, where's Ada?" Debbie asked.
"She wasn't here today." Wilma kept sewing.
"Why not? She's over here nearly every day."
"She and I had a tiny disagreement the other day. It was nothing, but she's been a little distant ever since then." Crystal and Debbie looked at each other.
"You two never disagree," Crystal said.
"She's acting a little strange over me having other visitors coming to the house."
"Jealous?" Crystal asked.
Wilma chuckled. "Don't suggest that in front of her. I don't know what it is. Maybe she thinks I shouldn't have other friends besides her. It won't last. We'll always be friends forever." Chapter 19. Wilma was pleased to have Florence and Carter at the Wednesday night dinner. Besides the usual household, Ada and Samuel were there too. Jared came running over to his mother in the middle of the meal.
"Mom, Iris slapped me."
"I didn't," Iris said from the children's table.
"He tried to pull my pigtails and I pushed his hand away. I didn't mean to hurt him. I didn't want him to pull out my hair."
Debbie was upset again by his behavior. Why couldn't everyone just eat in peace? He was ruining the meal. Did you do it, Jared?
No, Mom. Well, maybe a little. I just touched her hair, and that's all.
Debbie shook her head. Keep your hands to yourself, Jared.
I will.
Say you're sorry.
I'm sorry, Iris. Now you say you're sorry for hitting me.
Jared pouted. Iris folded her arms.
No.
Debbie was horrified and didn't know what to do with her son.
She wouldn't have done that, Jared, if you hadn't been trying to pull at her hair.
Jared kept pouting, pushing his bottom lip out further and further. Just keep eating and let's forget this happened, Florence told Iris and Jared. We have some news, don't we, Carter?
We sure do.
When Florence kept looking at him, he said, You tell them. Florence felt her cheeks heat up. No, you tell them. He chuckled.
You do it.
Crystal laughed.
Just say it. Yeah, we're all anxious to hear your news, Wilma said.
Okay, then. Florence took a deep breath. We've finally finished the house. Wilma just stared at them.
I thought it was already finished.
Florence didn't have the courage to tell everyone that she and Carter were expecting again. At the last moment, she decided that she wanted to tell Wilma alone before anyone else heard. Carter stared at Florence and then said,
We were still doing some finishing touches. Now it's all complete.
Wilma asked,
Is that all your news? Is that all? I thought we might be getting another goat.
Jared made a face and kept eating. Ada arched an eyebrow at Jared.
When eating, children should be seen and not heard.
Suddenly, the back door opened. Matthew poked his head in.
What's all the commotion about?
Carter felt sorry for Jared and didn't want him to have too much negative attention.
Florence and I have finally finished our house. Well, congratulations. That is good news. That house has taken the longest to finish out of any house I've ever known. It's taken years. I guess that's because it's also the largest house around these parts. It kind of looks so grand it looks out of place, Matthew said.
Sit down between Debbie and Crystal. I'll get you some dessert. Have you eaten, Matthew? Wilma asked.
Matthew rubbed his belly.
I guess you could say I've eaten. Dessert would be great, thanks.
He sat down and smiled at Crystal, and she looked the other way. She wasn't going to have anything to do with him now that he'd turned all his attention to Fenella.
I thought you'd be with Fenella tonight, Wilma said.
Me too, but it was time she went home. That's what she said, so she's gone.
He shrugged his shoulders.
Oh, she didn't say goodbye to us, Wilma said.
No, she left in a hurry and asked me to say goodbye to everyone for her. So, goodbye from Fenella.
I guess we'll see her again soon.
Will we? Wilma asked Matthew. Matthew shrugged his shoulders again, appearing a little awkward.
Maybe.
Crystal wondered if they'd argued. Still, it didn't matter. Matthew had chosen Fenella over her, and that was the end of that. Chapter 20. After dinner, Matthew asked Crystal to talk with him out on the porch. It was cold, and it would have been dark if it weren't for the full moon that lit the night sky. So, Fenella gone home? Crystal got straight to the point. Matthew slowly nodded.
That's right. She's gone.
So you two aren't dating anymore? She bit her lip, waiting for his answer.
Oh, yeah. We're still dating. Long-distance dating. We're going to see how that works out. I've never done long-distance before.
You've never dated before, have you? Matthew chuckled.
You got that right.
They sat in silence for a while. Crystal looked up at the stars. It's beautiful tonight. The sky is so clear. She got off her porch chair and leaned against the railing. He got up and stood beside her.
Yeah, it sure is pretty.
She knew he was looking at her when he said that. When she turned to face him, he looked up.
The night's so clear, he said.
How do you feel about Fenella? Is it serious, like you want to marry her? Crystal asked.
I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, she's gone, and I miss her, but I'm surprised I don't miss her as much as I thought. It's only been a day, so I don't know if that's normal or not.
Yeah, I don't know either. Crystal was hoping for a proper answer.
And it's not going to be the same around here without her.
No, it's not going to be the same.
Crystal fell silent again, thinking about Fenella. Then she thought about how awful her childhood had been. After dwelling on that for a moment, she thought about what her life would be like if she married Matthew. She even thought about their wedding day. Then her imaginings came to a complete stop when Fenella came to mind again. Fenella was the one blocking her chance of happiness, even after she'd left.
Are you okay? He asked.
Yeah, I'm okay.
He peered at her face.
You look sad.
I'm not. My life is going exactly how I want. My business is expanding into fabrics and other supplies, and I'm doing pretty well.
There's more to life than money and quilt shops, Matthew said.
I know, but if you don't have money, you can't eat. Anyway, it's good to work hard. You work hard, so why shouldn't I?
You're a woman. You need a man to do all the hard work so you can stay home, keep the house clean, and look pretty.
Crystal giggled. Was Matthew flirting with her?
I can work hard myself. I don't need a man to do it for me. And I don't want to stay home and be a housewife when I get married. I want to work.
No, you don't. What about when it's cold and you're tired? Don't you just want to stay in bed sometimes when it's cold and raining? I know I do.
I don't get cold easily. And if I'm tired, I'll take a nap in the middle of the day.
You'll be a housewife soon. You're already wearing that apron.
She followed his gaze and saw an apron hanging on the back of one of the porch chairs.
Oh, this? This is just a dirty old apron. It's not mine.
Matthew looked at her as though he didn't believe her. Crystal picked up the apron.
It's not mine. Someone's meant to put it in the trash. Do you think I would wear something filthy like this?
She held it out to him while staring into his eyes.
Oh, I didn't mean... No, I didn't mean it like that. I don't know what to say.
Matthew stuttered and stammered, looking embarrassed. Crystal had to keep in her laughter as she put the apron back down.
So, do you think you and Fenella will get married?
You just asked me that.
Well, you should expect these questions when you date someone.
I don't know. It's a big decision, and I don't know if I'm ready to make that big of a commitment.
What are you waiting for? Fireworks?
Fenella and I got off to a great start. We get along really well. At first, I thought it was the real deal, but now she's not here.
Should you be telling me all of this?
Yeah, why not? Besides, you asked, and we're friends. Friends tell each other things.
Crystal looked upward at the stars once again. That was all she'd ever be to him, just a friend. Even Matthew didn't want her.
I should go in and help Wilma with something.
Wait, Crystal, we are friends, aren't we?
Sure. We're friends, Matthew. Good night.
Crystal walked into the house, leaving him standing on the porch. While Matthew and Crystal had been talking on the porch, Debbie and Florence were alone in the kitchen, talking. Debbie needed to get a practical perspective about Fritz and Peter. She told Florence how Peter left her for Maisie and then came back full of apologies. Then she told her how she felt about Fritz.
It's all so complicated. Now Fritz and I will never be because he won't want to upset his brother. I was like that too until Peter left me for Maisie. Now I feel I'm justified in being released from worrying about hurting Peter's feelings.
Debbie passed Florence another plate to dry. It sounds like you're in a difficult situation.
Tell me what to do, Florence. I can't tell anyone else about this. Everyone likes Peter too much, only because they know him better.
What about how he left like that? Florence asked. That's a huge thing. It's a huge warning flag. Debbie shrugged as she sank another dinner plate into the soapy dishwater.
No one seems to care about that. I'm supposed to forgive and forget and look the other way.
I think you should follow your heart. That's the advice I took. Now I have Carter and Iris and... She looked down at her belly and stopped talking because she wanted Wilma to be the first to know.
Things worked out so well for you. You found a once-in-a-lifetime love. Sometimes it's hard to believe that a love like that exists. I lose hope sometimes.
I didn't want to leave the community. I didn't leave God, Florence said. Debbie was pleased she wouldn't have to make a difficult decision like Florence's. Fritz was a member of an Amish community.
I hope Fritz doesn't see it as being too hard with his brother involved.
Hey, he came all that way just to see you, didn't he?
I hope that's why he returned. But now he's probably gone home.
If it's meant to be, he won't leave without seeing you again. Also, he might feel the way you do about his brother. Peter made his choice when he left with Maisie.
Peter's not admitting he left with Maisie. He made some excuse, but it was obvious what happened.
Of course, he made some excuse because he wants you back. Don't worry so much. It'll all work out. Fritz sounds like a sensible man who knows what he wants.
I hope so. Even though I don't know Fritz very well, I'd say yes if he asked me to marry him. I'd do it right now, today.
Florence opened her mouth in shock. Debbie had been dating Peter for years, and now she was ready to marry his brother after only meeting him a couple of times. That is very telling. You don't feel that way about Peter.
I know. I guess that's my answer. Thanks, Florence.
I'm glad I could help. Just listen to your heart.
My heart has gotten me into trouble before.
Debbie sighed.
That's my problem. I don't know if I can love so hard and then have it not work out.
That was a long time ago. Don't let your past hold you back from all the good things coming to you. Debbie considered what Florence said. Were there good things ahead for her and her son? Or were there just another bunch of disappointments? Chapter 21. Wilma was sweeping the porch the next day. She'd just had 2 people show up and pay her the money they had owed Levi. Both of them said they'd forgotten and were most apologetic. After they left, Wilma pushed the wads of cash into the cookie jar for safekeeping until she could get to the bank. She hoped Levi wouldn't be upset by her decision to allow Eli to help. When she heard a horse and buggy coming up the driveway, she leaned the broom on the side of the house, straightened her prayer cup, and smoothed down her apron. When she looked up at the buggy, she saw it was Eli. She waited for him as he secured his horse to the hitching post. He gave her a wave and then took something out of the back of his buggy. It was a potted plant. When he came closer, she said, "Hello, Eli. What brings you here today?"
"I brought you a present."
He walked up the porch steps and handed her the plant.
"It's a pink rose. It will not bloom in this weather, but I know it's pink. Franny loved roses. She had them everywhere, all up and down our porch and in front of the porch."
Wilma smiled, glad that Ada wasn't there to hear him talking about Franny again. "Thank you. That's very kind of you. Come on in. I'll make us some hot chocolate." She took the plant inside with her.
No, you should have flowers out here," he said. "Franny always had potted roses on the porch."
Wilma was bewildered. "On the porch, you say?"
"Yes, it will look nice here when it flowers when the weather heats up."
"Okay, I'll keep it on the porch. I'll just take the thorns off first. I don't want any of the grandchildren to get scratched by it.
They like to run up and down out here.
Wilma walked with him into the kitchen. After she put the milk in a saucepan and lit the gas stove, she started to remove the thorns from the stems.
What are you doing today?
Eli didn't answer right away. He sat and watched her pick the thorns off. He was quiet, and she was glad he was there. It was nice to have some company. She liked Eli, despite his oddities. She wanted to get to know him better, but she was afraid he might think she wanted to become romantically involved. It was nothing, he said. She could sense it.
Today I'm not doing anything special. Did you get a few visitors earlier?
Wilma stopped what she was doing and sat down opposite him. She knew he was talking about visitors bringing money with them.
I sure did. Thank you so much for contacting all those people. It was embarrassing for me as well as for them. I've had 3 people so far.
Wilma told him their names.
I don't think there's anything embarrassing about it. They had a debt and they paid it, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Are you by yourself today?
Eli asked.
I am for the moment, but Ada will probably stop by soon. Debbie and Crystal work through the day. Jared's here somewhere. He's playing with the goat. He'll end up being covered in mud, most likely.
Eli laughed.
That doesn't matter. The dirtier he gets, the more fun he's having.
I think you might be right about that. Realizing she hadn't seen Jared in a while, Wilma moved to look out the window.
Oh, what's Jared doing? I can't see him.
What's the matter?
Eli got up and stood next to her.
I'm looking for Jared.
There he is.
Eli pointed near one of the stables.
Oh, no. He's trying to lead the goat around with a rope. I think the rope is too tight.
The milk bubbled over, and Wilma rushed to take the saucepan off the stove.
I'll see to him. I'll be right back.
Eli went outside, where the sounds of laughter grew louder. He found Jared kneeling next to the goat, petting her as she rolled in the dirt. The rope was gone from the goat's neck. Eli squatted down next to Jared and scratched the goat behind her ears. The goat then got up and walked over to Jared.
You know she'll lick you until you're clean again, right?
Jared grinned.
I know. She licks me all the time. It tickles.
Have you got a name for her?
Yes.
Well, what is it?
Eli asked.
Her name's Goaty.
A fine name for a goat.
Jared grinned.
I like it.
I think your grandmother's making hot chocolate. You want to get cleaned up and come inside?
She's not my grandmother. She's Aunt Wilma.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Aunt Wilma.
I have 2 grandmothers, but Mom doesn't talk to them anymore.
Is that right?
Jared nodded.
I'll come inside.
Jared stood up and brushed down his clothes.
Maybe we should wash your hands before you go inside, eh?
All right.
Jared walked inside with Eli, and Eli waited for Jared while he washed his hands in the mudroom's sink. When they both walked into the kitchen, Wilma was surprised he'd brought Jared with him.
Good, Jared, you're here. Now you can eat the lunch I made for you. Sit at your table.
Jared sat down at the children's table, and Wilma walked over with his sandwich.
Would you like something to eat too, Eli?
He shook his head.
The hot chocolate's fine.
Oh, yes, hot chocolate.
Wilma spun around to finish making it.
Can I have one too?
Jared asked. Of course you can. She poured some cold milk into Jared's drink to cool it down. Then she set it down in front of him.
Thank you, Aunt Wilma.
Such good manners, Eli said. You've taught him well, Wilma.
Wilma smiled. He was there on one of Jared's good days.
It's really due to his mother.
Wilma brought 2 mugs of hot chocolate over to the table and sat down with Eli. She found herself enjoying entertaining friends other than Ada. Chapter 22.
Where have you been today, Ada?
Wilma asked when Ada appeared in the kitchen that afternoon.
I had some chores to catch up on. What did you do? Did something happen?
Wilma nodded. Today I've had people bring me money that Levi loaned them years ago. Then Eli stopped by. I'll have to visit the bank tomorrow and deposit the money. She had been too embarrassed to tell Ada about being overdrawn at the bank. Carter has been helping me, too.
Wunderbar! It seems you don't need Samuel or me anymore with all these people helping you.
Wilma looked at her best friend to see if she was serious. She was.
What are you talking about? We've been here for you.
Ada's voice quivered.
I know.
Wilma wasn't sure where Ada was going with this. You're the only one who has been there for me from the start, and it means more to me than you could ever know.
And Samuel has offered to help you with anything at all.
Ada's lips trembled like a child who was about to cry. Wilma put her arm around Ada and took a deep breath. I do appreciate all you do. I was being selfish in thinking I was the only one who might be affected by Levi leaving us. He was a good friend to Samuel.
His best friend. They were together as much as you and me.
Ada sniffled.
I know how hard this has been on you with Levi dying and then Cherish moving away.
It's been tough, but people have gathered around me. Carter and Florence have been helpful. Carter is helping me with Levi's houses. Ada nodded.
That's good. What are you going to do with them all?
I'm giving one each to Levi's children. Then I thought I'd put in my will that they get the other 2 divided between them when I die.
It sounds like an excellent idea. Did you think of that yourself?
I did. I don't need a lot of money to live on. I need very little to get by. The income from 2 houses will be more than enough.
Yeah, if the people living in them decide to pay.
Ada's lips turned down at the corners. They will. Carter is helping me with that. He's arranging proper leases, on paper, not just verbal.
Good. Sounds very official. It's nice to see you and Carter becoming closer. That's all I've ever wanted for you, Wilma.
Thank you. I never thought it would happen, but I'm happy about it. Ada sniffed.
I'll make us a cup of hot tea. It's times like these I miss Cherish. She made a good cup of tea.
Ada chuckled. I know. All my daughters are married now.
All mine have married too, and all mine have moved away. At least you still have some children close by, and you can spend time with your grandchildren.
Wilma was only half listening to Ada as her gaze drifted to where the birdcage used to be. She never thought she'd miss Cherish's birds, but she did, and the house felt empty without Caramel, Cherish's dog. Ada filled up the tea kettle and then placed it on the lit stove. As she fussed around filling the teapot with tea leaves, she said,
You know Eli likes you, don't you?
Wilma suspected that, but she didn't want to make a big thing about it.
No, he's just being nice.
Mm-hmm. Wilma glanced at her. Ada's face shone with innocence.
I know how he feels.
Ada took out 2 cups and saucers from the cupboard above the sink. Wilma gave her a quizzical look. How could you know how he feels? Ada set the cups on the kitchen table and sat across from Wilma.
He looks at you like this.
She lowered her gaze to the table and made a goofy face, her eyes staring into space, her mouth agape. Wilma laughed.
He does not. Yes, he does. I've noticed it for a while now. He stares at you, even when you're not looking.
Ada turned her teacup around.
He's really quite handsome.
He's old. Wilma put her hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing. She was sure Ada was goading her. Ada shot her a look.
Old? He's not that old. You're getting old, too. We all are.
He's way too old for me.
Besides, he'll be getting older when I get older, too. He's probably the same age as Levi was. Levi, Eli. Their names are quite similar. It wouldn't be too hard to make the transition. If he gets hard of hearing, he might not notice if you accidentally call him Levi. Don't be silly, Wilma laughed. I'm not thinking about marrying again. Seriously, Wilma, I don't think you should rule it out. Let's talk about that again in 10 years, shall we? It's far too soon, and it's just making me upset. Ada narrowed her eyes. Is that another way of telling me to keep quiet about it? Exactly. The kettle whistled, and Ada hurried over to take the tea kettle off the stove. Even though Wilma said she was her best friend, she didn't like the direction things were taking. Why did she see the need to encourage the close friendship of other women? Wilma hadn't been like this when Levi was alive. Now, too many things were changing. Sometimes change was good, but other times it wasn't nice. If Wilma married again, she might not have time for these other friends. Wilma had rejected the idea of a third marriage, but she did say she might be open to it in time. Ada hoped their friendship would not suffer too much in the meantime. All she wanted was for things to go back to normal. Wilma relied on her for everything and constantly asked her opinion before making decisions. Now it was as though Wilma didn't need her at all. This twice-a-week thing with the widows was decided without her input. Was their friendship dying? Chapter 23. On Friday morning, Wilma found herself leaving the house early. She had spent the whole night feeling grateful for all the people who'd gathered around her after Levi's death. She parked the horse and buggy, walked to Eli's house, and knocked on his door. He opened it, and she suddenly found herself nervous. I was passing by on my way to do some errands. I just wanted to thank you once more for all you've done.
I'm happy to do it, Wilma. Come in out of the cold. I've just put another log on the fire.
When she walked in, she was surprised at how neatly he kept the place. She walked over to the 2 armchairs before the fire and noticed the house was spick and span. They sat in front of the fireplace, discussing what they missed most about their late spouses. Wilma told him how Levi liked horses.
What were your favorite things to do with Levi? He asked.
What do you mean?
You must have had a special pastime that you enjoyed together.
Wilma thought hard. Levi was just there. They never had anything they enjoyed, just the 2 of them. It was different with him and I being married with our children grown up. There wasn't a lot of time for the 2 of us. Eli frowned.
Wouldn't there be more time to spend with each other after your children were grown and living out of the house?
Wilma shook her head. There was always so much to do at the orchard, and there were always people over. We rarely spent any quality time together.
Franny and I used to go fishing a lot, Eli said.
What did you like about fishing? Wilma asked.
I'm not sure, he said. Something about being outside together, I guess.
I like the quiet of it, Wilma said. Eli looked over at her, his eyebrows raised.
What do you mean, quiet?
When you're fishing, everything is quiet, she said. There's just you, the fish, the water, the birds, and the bugs. Everything is still, except for the water lapping against the boat. He nodded.
You fish in a boat?
Wilma was just making things up as she went along so they'd have something to discuss. The boat, or stand on the riverbank to fish. Either way, the water laps at the sides of things, either the riverbank or the sides of the boat.
I like that too, he said. I like how still everything is when you're fishing. You don't have to think about anything, and all your troubles are brushed aside.
She gazed at him as he spoke. He was smiling as he looked off into the fire. She could see the fire's reflection in his pupils. She wondered whether he was thinking about Franny.
"I like the quiet,"
she said again.
"Me too."
He turned to look at her.
"Me too,"
he repeated. She looked back into the flickering flames.
"It was hard for Levi and all of us at the beginning of the marriage," she said. "Levi was trying to fit in, to be a father to the girls, but we already had our routine. They resisted him because they found him too harsh. They didn't need so much discipline. Then he softened. We softened, and we got along just fine."
She bit her lip, wondering why she had just told him something personal like that.
"Tell me how you met Franny. Did you always know her?" "She was beautiful," he said. "The most beautiful woman I'd ever known. I remember the first time I saw her in a rowing boat when I was on vacation with my family in Florida. She was reading a book. She wore a dark green dress, and her cup strings were blowing in the wind. I stopped where I was and stared at her. I thought she was the most wondrous woman I'd ever seen. When the boat came ashore, I went over to talk to her, but she ignored me. She was oblivious to me, to everyone. She was aloof and distant. I didn't know if she was even aware of me. And that's how it was."
"How was it?"
"That's how it was with her. She was beautiful, but aloof and distant, oblivious to me and everyone around her."
"And you were okay with that?" Wilma asked.
"There was nothing wrong with it. It's just how she was. We spent 4 months talking every day before I got up enough nerve to ask her out somewhere where it would be just the two of us. It took me that long because I didn't think she'd say yes. But she did, and we courted for a year before she agreed to marry me. I never knew what she was doing or thinking or feeling."
"How did you get married? I mean, how did you ask her? If you don't mind me asking."
"I just asked her to marry me, and she said yes. She loved me, but that's just how she was. I grew used to it. I miss her more than anything."
"I can understand that. It's not easy when you've been with someone for so long. No one can understand how it feels until they've been through it." She was thinking about Ada. Ada gave her plenty of sympathy, but how could she understand the depth of pain from losing a spouse? She couldn't.
"You're exactly right, Wilma."
She knew it was time to go when he offered her a cup of coffee. People might misunderstand if her friendship with Eli got too close, but she did enjoy his company. She'd even enjoyed listening to his stories about Franny. Chapter 24. Ada sat on one of the chairs on Wilma's porch, tapping her foot. It was already past 9, and Wilma still wasn't home. Ada had woken up early this morning, excited to talk to Wilma about their friendship. She had been up all night thinking about what she wanted to say. She was worried now. It wasn't like Wilma to go anywhere this early in the morning. Ada decided to see if she was in the orchard. She searched all over, but there was no sign of Wilma. She had decided to wait on the porch. 10 minutes later, Ada was still sitting there, drumming her fingers, angry with herself for waiting. She could have been at home doing chores. This was all just a waste of her time. Her gaze fell to the table where the cookies she'd baked lay. She could have stayed at home baking another batch. Once Wilma unhitched the buggy and turned the horse out into his yard, Wilma walked up the steps of her porch and saw Ada sitting there. Ada's face was pinched, her shawl was up around her neck, and she looked most unhappy. Wilma sat down next to her. "Ada, I didn't know you were here." Ada barely looked at her. "What's wrong?" Wilma asked. "Samuel left me here hours ago. I thought you'd be home. Where were you? I got here hours ago." "Why didn't you go inside?
You'll catch your death of cold out here. I didn't feel like it. I'm not the kind of person who would go into someone's house when they're not home. It's my house. I'm not just anyone. You know you can come in when I'm not here. Of course you can. Where have you been? If we're friends, you should tell me. I was in town.
Ada wondered why she was lying to her.
What were you doing there?
I was meeting with a friend, said Wilma. You know how it is.
I guess,
said Ada. There was a long silence. Wilma searched her face, looking for something. Ada sat there, silent, like a wooden post.
I'm going to go now.
Ada stood up. Wait. Wilma stood up and grabbed her arm. Samuel's not here. Are you going to walk all the way home?
Yes.
Don't go. I want to talk to you about something. Ada turned back around and looked at her, her eyes ablaze. Wilma gazed at her friend for a moment, then said, I saw Eli just now.
Where?
Wilma shrugged. At his place. I went there to tell him.
Wilma,
Ada said, taking a deep breath.
You shouldn't be alone with Eli. And why do you go there so early?
Wilma frowned. I wasn't alone with him. I knew he'd be the kind of man who wakes at dawn. I just talked to him. I said what I had to say, and then I left. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to tease me about him. We're just friends and nothing more. No problem.
Yeah, no problem, except for me sitting here like a lost duck in a thunderstorm waiting for you, half freezing to death.
Ada rubbed her arms as though she suddenly realized just how cold it was. Then she reached out a hand to Wilma.
Feel how cold I am.
Wilma touched Ada's hand, and it felt like ice. I'm sorry. Come inside, and I'll make you a hot tea. Ada smiled and then held up a plate that had been sitting on the table beside her.
I made cookies. White chocolate cookies.
Wunderbar. Let's eat them now.
Did you forget it's Friday? Ada asked.
Wilma gasped. Friday. I've got guests coming and haven't even cleaned the house.
Don't worry, I'll help you clean.
Dinka, Ada. Ada chuckled.
What would you do without me?
I'm not sure. I never want to find out. Ada looked at the cake Daphne had brought with her, and then she looked at Wilma.
Daphne, you don't have to bring food. Wilma, did you know Daphne brought a cake?
Relax, Ada. Wilma didn't ask me to bring anything. I baked this lovely cake. I couldn't think of anyone better to share it with than you two. I also brought a casserole for you, Wilma. She looked around after placing the cake and the casserole on the kitchen countertop. Thank you. That's very kind, Wilma said.
I'll put it in the freezer section for you, along with all the other casseroles people have brought over in recent weeks.
Daphne could feel the tension in the room. She knew Ada was tired of her coming over and taking all of Wilma's time, but she had hoped the cake would soften her. She looked at Wilma and Ada. Wilma looked sad, and Ada looked mad. I won't stay, she said. Daphne would rather be at home alone. No, Wilma said. Please don't go. Daphne didn't know what to do. She had come with food, but no one seemed to appreciate it. Next time, she wouldn't bother, if there was a next time.
I'm sorry, Daphne, Ada said. I'm just out of sorts.
Daphne glanced at Wilma, who was staring at the tabletop. I'm sorry, Daphne said. I'll come back another time.
Please stay, Ada said.
Yes, please do, Wilma urged. Ada and I have just had a bad start to the day. The only way it can improve is if you stay with us. Okay, I will. Dinka for the casserole. It's so nice not to worry about the evening meal tonight. Daphne felt better. I hope you'll enjoy it.
I'm sure we will, Ada told her. "I'll take the casserole out and leave it on the counter, shall I?"
Wilma nodded, and then Ada retrieved the casserole from the gas-powered refrigerator. Daphne looked around.
"No Jared today?"
"He went to the markets with his mother." Ada chuckled.
"She's teaching him how to run a market stall."
"Ada's also teaching him how to bake," Wilma laughed.
"Why's that?"
Daphne didn't seem to find anything amusing about that.
"He's a boy who needs to keep busy. You'd have to know him better to know what we mean."
Ada smiled at Wilma, pleased they had something in common. They both knew Jared well.
"Busy hands are best."
Daphne gave a nod.
"I like to keep busy, too. Let's sit in the living room while we wait for Susan."
The two ladies followed Wilma. Once seated, Daphne asked,
"What have you both been doing since we last talked?"
"Carter is helping me sort out Levi's affairs." Daphne was amazed that Wilma knew.
"But I told Cherish that young man wasn't Levi's son."
Wilma opened her mouth and stared at Daphne, and then she stared at Ada. Ada leaned forward.
"What's this about, Daphne?"
Daphne bit her lip when she realized from Wilma's reaction that she knew nothing about the young man.
"Oh, nothing. Forget I said anything."
"No, it is something. What did you just say, Daphne?" Wilma asked. Daphne took a deep breath. She should have left when she'd first thought about it.
"Well, what affairs are you talking about, Wilma? I wasn't the first one to mention affairs."
Chapter 25. Wilma was worried now. Daphne knew many things because she kept all the genealogy for the community. She knew everything. When I said affairs, I meant all the loose ends Levi left.
"Yeah, he had houses, you know,"
Ada told Daphne. Wilma added, "I wasn't speaking of romantic affairs. Were you?" Daphne realized she'd opened her big mouth. Now she had to cover it up. She took another deep breath and let it out slowly. "Please tell me, Daphne, before Susan arrives." Wilma stared at her. "Did Levi have an affair?"
No, absolutely not. I suppose I'll have to tell you the whole thing."
Daphne sighed.
"Go right ahead."
Ada sat back and folded her arms over her chest.
"Cherish came across a man who thought he was Levi's son. His mother told him his father's name was Levi, and he was from our community. It was all a big misunderstanding. His father's name wasn't Levi at all. Just forget I said anything."
Daphne glanced at the clock.
"Oh, would you look at the time?"
"So Levi had no affairs?" Wilma asked.
"Of course not. It's all been sorted out. Cherish helped."
"When did all this happen?" Wilma rested her chin on her hand.
"Just before Cherish got married. So the birth father of this man was in our community, but he left years ago. Father and son are now reunited, but I can't say their names. I do keep what people tell me private, you know."
Ada stood up.
"I'll make the tea. I could use one right about now."
Daphne shook her head.
"There's no problem, Ada. He wasn't Levi's son."
Ada was halfway to the kitchen. She stopped and turned around.
"Then who is this illegitimate son?"
"You don't understand what I'm saying.
Levi didn't have an affair. It was all a mistake on this young man's part." "So Levi did nothing wrong?" "No," Daphne snapped. "I just explained all that."
Ada pouted. Wilma put a hand to her heart. Even though Levi had nothing to do with anything, it was still a dreadful thing to hear and think about, especially when he was gone and couldn't speak for himself. Sensing no one understood her, Daphne tried to explain it again.
Look, Levi has no illegitimate children at all. The man was 38. He is a lawyer, and Cherish told me he had helped her write some people a letter, or he wrote one for her. That's how she met him. He's already found his father, thanks to me supplying him with some names.
Wilma took a deep breath. Are you sure about this, Daphne?
I'm more than sure. I'm sorry I opened my big mouth. It's just when you said affairs, Wilma, I thought... my mind jumped.
Wilma gave a little laugh. Then Daphne chuckled. Then they laughed some more. Wilma finally relaxed and saw the funny side. What a mix-up! Cherish must have been worried. I can't believe she kept the whole thing from me. She didn't say one word.
She wouldn't want to worry you.
Ada hurried to the kitchen and returned with a tray of tea and coffee. She put the cups and saucers down along with a pot of tea and a pot of coffee. Wilma could tell Ada wasn't herself because she poured the tea without waiting for it to steep. She'd never done that for as long as Wilma had known her. After several minutes, Susan arrived full of apologies for being late. Joy had forgotten to get her, so she'd had someone else bring her, and they were coming back for her in 2 hours. Once the women had their time of fellowship, Susan and Daphne left. Wilma was tired, so Ada ordered her to lie down and have a sleep. Ada stayed at the house and cleaned up. Wilma was still asleep when Crystal arrived home. Ada was pleased to have someone to talk with, so she made Crystal a hot chocolate, hoping she'd sit in the kitchen and talk until Wilma woke. Crystal took a sip of her hot chocolate.
This is good.
Denka, how was work today?
Wonderful. Ada, you've match-made people before, haven't you?
I have.
That's a gift, Crystal said.
You're quite right. Some of us have it and some of us don't. But I didn't know that you were aware of my gift. Ada looked out the window and took a deep breath. It had been a beautiful day, and it wouldn't have been so cold without the wind. She turned to Crystal. I've been matchmaking people for years.
You have?
Yeah, I'm always talking about how I matched Mercy and Honor. You didn't know I was telling you about it because you weren't listening.
Sorry, Ada. I think that's a good thing that you did.
Maybe I'll get you to matchmake me if you want,
but only if you want to.
Ugh, girl, God has it in hand. You'll see. Ada stood and stretched. As she stretched, she leaned over and picked up a small white rock that was on the floor. She turned it over in her hands and stared at it. She smiled at Crystal and said, You will need my help.
What do you mean?
I'm going to match you.
You will?
Crystal asked, clapping her hands. I'm going to match you with a man. Crystal chuckled. Who else would she expect to be matched with other than a man?
You'd do that for me? How can you match me with someone? How will you know? By looking at the stars?
Crystal giggled again. Ada walked to the window and looked out. In the distance, she could see a man walking toward the house from the orchard. She smiled and said, Here he is now.
Who is it?
Crystal raced to look out the window.
It's your new husband.
Crystal squinted so she could see better. When the man came into view, she saw it was Matthew.
Oh, you're joking, aren't you, Ada? That's Matthew. Have you forgotten about Fenella?
Ada shook her head. Fenella is not here. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, until she comes here again and I'm dumped again.
Dumped, you say? You were dating him? Ada's eyebrows rose. He never told me that. As his aunt and closest relative here, he should have told me.
No, we were never dating. I was just starting to like him, and I thought he liked me too. Ada, between you and me, I think Matthew doesn't care who he marries.
Crystal took hold of her mug of hot chocolate.
Thanks for this. I'm going to drink it in my room.
Just as Matthew walked into the house, Crystal headed up the stairs. Ada was disappointed. Crystal didn't even listen to her when she suggested Matthew. She realized how Crystal felt when she thought about it a bit further. Now she, too, was a little annoyed with Matthew. Chapter 26. Matthew walked into the kitchen and saw Ada. Ada looked up at him.
So, you just walk in now without knocking?
Matthew sat down at the kitchen table with her.
Yeah, been doing it a while now.
Ada shook her head. Matthew leaned forward.
Are you drinking hot chocolate?
Ada pushed it toward him.
You have it. I don't care for hot chocolate anyway. I haven't touched it.
Matthew took a mouthful and then looked over at his aunt.
What's the matter?
Do you like Crystal? Ada asked.
Of course I do.
What about Fenella? Matthew grinned.
Yes, her too.
Who do you like better? He looked away from her.
I love them both. I love them both equally.
Ada moved her mouth around as though she'd just tasted something awful.
Love is not the same as liking. You can love someone and not like them. And you can't marry someone if you love someone else just as much.
Matthew set down his mug of hot chocolate.
But I do like them both.
You are very young. You won't always feel the same. The time will come when you will be forced to choose. Matthew frowned.
Why would I have to choose? Not both of them are going to like me. I don't think Crystal likes me. If she likes me, she doesn't like me enough.
I think they both like you, and you will have to choose. You will fall in love with someone, and then you'll have to pick one of them. Matthew winced.
That would be awful. I wouldn't know how to choose just one woman.
Ada held her head.
I don't know how you were raised, young man.
Relax. It'll be okay.
Will it?
Ada stared at him.
What if you're hurting these women?
They wouldn't care enough about me to be hurt. Wait a minute. Does Crystal like me? Is that why you're saying all of this?
Ada pressed her lips together as she stared at him.
Take my advice. You're very immature. You're not ready for love or marriage.
Wilma walked into the room. You're thinking of getting married, Matthew?
No. Well, not right now, but I often think about it. I'm looking for the right woman.
Wilma sat down with them. Fenella?
I'm not sure.
Ada leaned over to him.
You better be sure before asking one of these girls to marry you. If you can live without them, then maybe you're not in love with any of them. You'll meet a girl one day and know she's the one for you.
Wilma thought about what Eli had said. He'd known his wife was the one as soon as he saw her in the boat. Ada stared at Wilma.
Don't you agree, Wilma?
Yes. You'll know, Matthew. Don't get married until you're sure.
One thing that I find annoying is advice I didn't ask for, Matthew said.
Ada's mouth fell open.
But you asked me.
Oh, did I?
Ada shook her head at him again. Chapter 27.
Matthew.
Crystal looked up from her work, a smile spreading across her face.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to see how you're doing.
He glanced around the quilt store, his gaze landing on the quilt Crystal was piecing together.
Is Wilma around? He asked.
Crystal stared at him.
Why would she be? She never comes in with me.
I thought...
I've asked her, but she prefers to stay at home.
Do you want to do something with me soon? Like this afternoon?
I'm working. It's one of my busiest days. The tourist buses will be arriving soon.
Yeah, morning might be busy. But what about the afternoon? I know you close at around 2.
Here's a question for you. What about Fenella?
He blinked rapidly and then looked down.
We argued over the phone. She's a bit jealous, it seems.
Really? Crystal's eyebrows rose. That's unexpected.
Matthew shrugged.
I just don't feel like I'm ready for...
His voice was quiet.
I've been thinking about her a lot since she left. More than I thought I would. We weren't that close.
He looked around the shop once more.
I'm glad you're doing okay since Cherish left.
It's been rough.
Crystal thought it odd that he changed the subject so rapidly.
Everyone misses her.
She smiled again.
What are you doing now?
He looked around the shop, his eyes landing on the quilt on her table.
I might need a quilt myself, he said. Now that I'm here.
He picked up the pieces of fabric and held them to the light.
This is beautiful, he said, looking at her. You're very talented.
Thank you.
Crystal blushed.
It's something I do in my free time.
Why don't you come to...
Are you sure you and Fenella have broken up properly?
Yeah.
And what'll she say when I call her? Crystal asked.
His eyes grew wide.
You're going to call her?
Crystal pouted.
I might. Someone will have her number. She must have a phone in her barn because I remember Cherish calling her.
Look, we're not official. We never were. We agreed to cool it.
Cool it?
Yes, and I'm being honest. We were dating, and then when she left, we agreed to stop things for a while. And then if we both felt the same after a break, we'd start dating again.
So neither of you wanted to keep dating when you were apart?
That's right.
Crystal put her hand to her head.
The whole thing seems a bit messed up to me.
You think I'm messed up?
No, not you. Just everything.
Crystal remembered how ecstatic he was about his first date with Fenella.
You acted like your date with Fenella was the best day in your life. You told everyone about it.
It was a pretty good day. One of the best. That doesn't mean I couldn't have a better day with another young woman.
Crystal wanted the man she was going to marry to want her and only her. She didn't want to be someone's second best, or for him to date her because she lived in a convenient geographical location.
Well, I hope things work out for you then, Matthew.
Good. So do I. Does that mean you'll go out with me this afternoon?
No. Also, I think you should stop coming in here. It's a long way from the orchard, and you're wasting your time if you think anything will come of your visits.
His shoulders lowered, and his lips turned down slightly at the corners.
I thought...
What did you think?
2 customers walked in the door, and Matthew glanced at them and then looked back at Crystal.
I'll go. I'll see you around.
Matthew walked out the door. Crystal put on a happy face for her customers, but inside she was sad. Before Fenella arrived in town, her heart had started to soften toward Matthew. Now Fenella was gone, she saw exactly how fickle Matthew was. He wasn't the one for her. Chapter 28. Wilma was lonely and found herself at Daphne's house. They sat on a porch swing in the sunlight while pull-down shades blocked out the cold wind. I still have some of Levi's things. I don't know what to do with them. Do I give them away or keep them? I don't know what to do, Daphne. There's no right or wrong answer, Wilma. I just feel like I should get rid of his things as soon as possible. But then I think maybe I should wait. What if someone wants to remember him by the things he owned? It's up to you, Wilma. Do what feels right to you. Wilma took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. I think I might start by getting rid of the rest of his clothes. I'm sorry, Wilma. I know losing a husband is hard. But you're so young. You'll find someone new to fill up your empty heart. Wilma smiled. Thanks, Daphne. Daphne got up and said, I'm going to make some tea. Do you want some? No, thanks. I've got to get going.
please stay. I rarely get visitors."
Okay, then. Daphne came back with a teapot and poured it into a cup for herself.
"I've heard Eli's been helping you with some things."
That's right. Wilma put the cup to her lips and took a sip.
"He's such a nice man."
Yes, he is, Wilma agreed. He's been very good to me. Daphne set her cup down on a table next to the sewing.
"You know, I still have my husband's clothes in a box in the basement. I still haven't decided what to do with them."
It's been years, Daphne.
"I know."
I've only been a widow for not even 2 months.
"I know,"
Daphne said.
"It doesn't make any sense. I should have gotten rid of them long ago. But I can't. I don't know why."
I'm sure you have your reasons.
"I think part of it is that I don't want to admit that he's gone,"
Daphne said.
"I can't help but feel that one day he's going to walk through the door and say, 'Surprise, I'm back.'"
If only it were that easy. I know that when Levi died, I didn't want to admit he was gone and that it was over. I kept thinking that maybe if I waited long enough before I told anyone, he'd come back. It was almost like if I didn't tell anyone what happened, I could stop it. Wilma shook her head. It was a fleeting thought, and didn't even make sense. Daphne looked down at her apron.
"I'll never forget the morning that I found him. He was just lying there on the rug next to the bed. He had a smile on his face. It was almost as if he were sleeping. He looked like he was at peace. It was such a shock to see him lying there."
She glanced at Wilma.
"I'm sorry. I hope I haven't brought up a bad memory for you."
Wilma felt comfortable sharing her story. "I was talking to Levi. We were discussing one of my daughters, Cherish. I left the room for a few minutes and came back, and I thought he was asleep. He wasn't. It felt like it took me a long time to realize that he was gone, but it was probably only a second or two."
"Time seems to stand still at moments like that."
It did that day, Wilma agreed. Then Wilma knew why she was enjoying her new friends so much. Ada could never understand everything she'd been through. Chapter 29. Wilma hurried up the steps to her porch and saw Ada waiting for her. "I'm sorry. You've been waiting for me again."
"That's right. You've been out a lot, Wilma."
"You don't have to wait out here. It's freezing." Wilma tried to avoid Ada's eyes, but she could feel them burning through her.
"You know I don't like to do that. It's not my house. I don't live here."
"I'm sorry. I'll try to be home more often."
"I just want things to return to how they were,"
Ada whined. Wilma felt her cheeks burn, and she looked away. "I want that too." She moved forward and opened the door.
"The horse, Wilma!"
Ada pointed over to the horse and buggy. "Oh, yes. I have to do that myself now. I find that hard to get used to."
"I'll help. That's what friends are for. Friends who are here for you, at your house every day."
Wilma tried to keep the smile on her face. Ada was jealous, and she was doing a lousy job of hiding it. She'd said all she could to make Ada know she wouldn't lose their friendship. She didn't know what more she could do. Ada approached the horse and reached up to stroke his nose.
"Hi, little one. Did you enjoy your time away from the orchard?"
She slid the harness off and placed it on the fence. She untied the horse and led it over to the water trough. Wilma stood and watched, still wondering what else she could say to make Ada feel more assured.
"I think you're going to need some new shoes soon."
Ada rubbed her fingers along the side of the horse's hoof.
"This one is so loose."
She picked up the horse's leg, wrangled the shoe off, and handed it to Wilma, who held it in her palm. "We'll have to get the blacksmith out."
It's another thing I have to think about. Levi handled all these things." Wilma sighed. "It would have been wearing thin, and I didn't even notice." "Samuel will do it. He'll keep an eye on the horse's feet, and I'll have him call the blacksmith. Be sure to use one of the other horses next time you go out. You have enough of them." "That's true. That's one reason I've been going out a lot. They all need exercising." Ada stared at Wilma as though she'd just made that excuse on the spot, which she had. Just then, Samuel came up the driveway in his horse and buggy. Ada went up to talk with him, and then she turned around and called out to Wilma. "He said not to worry about a thing. He'll do everything." Wilma waved to Samuel. "Thank you." Wilma watched Ada and Samuel leave, then turned back to look at the horse. She felt a connection with this animal, but couldn't explain why. Wilma had never had a pet growing up, and she didn't like animals. But she liked this one. She watched as it put its head down to drink from the water trough. She reached out and ran her hand down its neck, feeling the coarse hairs protruding from its skin. The horse turned its head toward her, and Wilma pulled back her hand, startled by how close the horse had come. Later that day, Wilma found herself alone in the house. Rather than wallow in self-pity, she decided to do something productive. Wilma walked into the downstairs bedroom that she planned to turn back into a guest room. Wilma started to put Levi's things into the waiting boxes. She went to close the window, but before she did so, she noticed the horses in the yard. Their heads were down, eating, their tails swishing in the breeze. Did they wonder why Levi wasn't around? She felt a lump in her throat. She missed Levi so much it hurt to breathe. She wanted to go out there and run her hands over his horses so she could feel close to him. She wanted to feel their velvety noses, to smell their sweet breath. Wilma then imagined Levi walking along the fence line, his hands by his sides, whistling a tune. Wilma sighed. It was a beautiful dream, but it wasn't real. Wilma opened the window wider instead of closing it. She listened to the sweet tune of a bird singing. The bird stopped, and it was quiet again. Wilma heard a rustling noise outside. It was probably a squirrel in the leaves. Wilma leaned on the windowsill and looked out at the trees. The bird started up again. Wilma heard the squirrel rustling in the leaves once more. She looked out to see if it was a squirrel or something else. That's when she saw one of Levi's Bibles resting on a large rock on the porch. He'd had 2 Bibles, and Wilma had given one of them to Bliss. Had Bliss returned it? She walked out to the porch and bent down to pick it up. As she did so, she saw it wasn't the one given to Bliss. Try as she might to pick it up, the Bible didn't move. It was stuck. Wilma got down on her hands and knees to take a closer look. Wilma was surprised to see gum stuck to the Bible's cover, and she then went inside to find some scissors. Jared had been chewing gum again. Someone must have given it to him. She wouldn't punish him for not putting his gum in the trash or for touching Levi's things. She'd simply remind him of the right things to do. Wilma hadn't been as patient with her own children, but she had a soft spot for Jared. Chapter 30. Carter drove up to Wilma's house. She watched him get out of the car and knew from his face that he had good news. "Hello, Carter." "Hi, Wilma. Do you want to come in?" Wilma asked. "I'm just on my way back from the bank. Since you gave me the authority to talk to the bank for you, I've found out something." "What?" "The bank found an account in your name." Wilma pointed to herself. "In my name?" "Yes, Levi opened it." "Oh, another joint account?" Wilma inquired. Carter shook his head. "No, it was only for you." Wilma covered her mouth. "He didn't tell me about it. How was I supposed to know?" "Have you gone through all of his things yet?" "I thought I had, but there's a lot of stuff." Keep looking. You might find something. Even if you don't, the account's there, and it's got quite a sum of money in it." He shoved his hands in his pockets. "One house is going to be vacant, and it could do with some work."
"Is there enough money to fix it?"
"Yes, if we're careful with the budget."
Wilma was doubtful.
"I wouldn't know what to do."
Carter smiled.
"I'd love to do it," he said. "I have time on my hands, and it will give me a project."
Wilma's face brightened.
"Okay, if you're sure you want to do it."
He smiled.
"I'm sure," he said. "And I'll get a crew together."
Wilma's face fell.
"A crew?"
she said, her voice rising in alarm.
She paused, then said, "I couldn't afford that, could I?"
"I'll barter for the labor," Carter said. "A roofing job, some painting, and some carpentry."
He saw her relax and then smile.
"That would be great. Thank you."
"It was in bad repair. It was the worst of the houses, so I'm pleased the people are moving out. I should get home now and help out with Iris. Florence gets tired these days."
"Is she sick?"
"No, just run down, I think."
"Thank you for everything you've done, Carter."
"Oh, wait there."
He hurried back to the car and returned with something in an envelope.
"That says how much money is in your account."
Wilma was too scared to ask. She opened the envelope and looked down at the balance. She was rich. She looked back at Carter to see him smiling.
"And Levi put this money in here?"
"Yes, it's all in black and white."
She looked back at the money.
"It's unbelievable. Thanks for finding this."
"We'll talk later."
"Yes. I hope Florence will feel better soon."
"She will after a rest."
After Carter drove away, Wilma walked into the house and sat in front of the fire. It didn't make sense. The bank had not mentioned another account, nor did Levi. She'd sorted through all of his paperwork. Wilma had to wonder whether Carter opened an account for her and put the money in. It touched Wilma's heart that Carter would do that for her. He was worried about her welfare and wanted to look after her. Chapter 31. After the bi-monthly Sunday meeting, Wilma sat down to eat the meal, and people surrounded her in no time, people she didn't usually talk with. Ada noticed and got worried again. Was Wilma going to replace her as her closest friend? Things had changed. It used to be that she'd spend time with Wilma, and then Samuel and Levi would do something together. But now Levi was gone, and nothing was the same. Ada missed the days when they were all close, the four of them. Something had happened to Samuel, too, after Levi's death. He didn't talk much, and when he did, it was 3 or 4 words at the most. Wilma didn't seem to mind the distance growing between her and Samuel. She was busy with her new friends and had no time to be sad about anything. Ada wondered if she should do something about it. But what? She looked at Wilma, laughing and talking with a group of people. They seemed to like her very much. Ada wasn't ready to be replaced. Not now. Maybe later, but not now. Maybe she should tell Wilma that she was scared she'd replace her. But then Wilma would be sad and insist that she would never do that. And so what? The problem would still be there. She knew that if she wanted to keep being Wilma's friend, she should pretend everything was fine and nothing had changed. But it had changed. The whole thing made her sad. On the way home, she asked for Samuel's advice.
"I think you should talk to her," Samuel said. "Maybe she hasn't noticed that she's been spending more time with other people."
"I don't want her to feel a certain way because she's sorry for me. She should want to be friends with me and only me, just like it was before."
Samuel stared straight ahead.
"Is that all you have to say?" Ada asked.
"I told you what I think. What more do you want?
Ada pouted and looked out the window. He didn't understand. The only person who really ever understood her was Wilma. Samuel glanced over at her and then placed his hand on her shoulder.
Don't be upset, dear. Go over there tomorrow. Talk with her. Tell her how you feel.
Do you think that would be best?
I know it. I also know you're being too sensitive. You two will always be best friends. You were there for her when Josiah died, and you're there for her again. You two have a lifetime of history together.
Ada looked back out the window.
That's what I thought once, too. I will give her a couple of days away from me. I'll go there on Wednesday morning. I won't go to her little gathering on Tuesday morning either. After all, I'm not a widow.
Not yet, Samuel said.
Ada's mouth fell open, and she stared at her husband.
Don't say that,
he chuckled.
Just joking. You've got to relax, dear.
I'll relax when I get my best friend back.
Ada gave a nod and looked back out the window. Debbie, Jared, and Crystal went in one buggy to the meeting because they were going to visit people after the meeting. All Wilma wanted to do was go home once the meeting was over, so she had gone in her own horse and buggy. Now she had arrived home alone. That meant she had to unhitch the buggy herself, rub down the horse, and do everything a man should do for her. It was another hardship. She unhitched the buggy and pushed it over so it was under cover. Then she walked back to the horse and started rubbing him down with an old dry towel. "You miss him too, don't you, boy?" Wilma asked. The horse nickered, and Wilma felt a tear run down her cheek. She ran her hand along its neck. Then she wiped a tear off her cheek with her shoulder. Wilma stayed outside with the horse longer than she had to. She went into the house, wanting to keep busy so she wouldn't think about anything that would make her sad. Sunday was a day of rest, so she was limited in what she could do. She lit a fire and sat down in front of it. Her thoughts turned to Carter and what he'd done about the money. He hadn't wanted any thanks for himself, but it was clear that he wanted to do something nice for her. She'd blocked her feelings for so long, and now it was time to reassess everything in her life. Nothing was forever. She knew that now. It was too late to make up for lost time with him, but she could make small steps toward having a better relationship with her birth son. Wilma closed her eyes, thinking about him. She could feel her heart break as she thought about all the time they'd lost. Still, she'd done what she thought was best at the time. Chapter 32. Fritz White found out from his mother what friend Peter was staying with. Once his mother left for the meeting, he drove to their friend's home and banged on the door. He guessed Peter might not have gone to the meeting. Peter answered the door and stepped outside.
What could you possibly want?
You came here for Debbie, didn't you? Peter asked. That's why you questioned me the other day.
Fritz stared at his brother.
I didn't come here to answer your questions. I came here to ask you if you've broken up with Debbie for good.
You know that I've decided to get married. I've chosen her.
You've chosen Debbie?
Yes, Peter snapped, and I won't change my mind.
You told me the other day you'd chosen Maisie.
Peter shrugged. Fritz squinted his eyes at Peter.
You're not going to ask me in?
It's not my house.
You know what? I don't think you know what you are doing with either Debbie or Maisie, because you don't know what love is.
What are you talking about?
Fritz drew closer to his brother.
You don't know what it means to love someone, Fritz said. You don't even know what love is. You haven't treated either woman with respect. It doesn't work like that, Peter. You can't abuse someone and expect them to love you back. And if you think that Debbie will love you again after you left with Maisie, then you are delusional.
Peter looked away, his face hard.
I've ended things with Maisie. Are you sure? Fritz asked. Yes, I'm sure, Peter answered. I'm here to win Debbie back. What about yourself, Fritz? What could you possibly want? I'm not surprised to see you here. You came here for Debbie, didn't you?
Peter glared at his older brother.
Fritz stared back at him. I didn't come here to answer your questions. I came here to make sure you don't hurt Debbie again.
Peter stared at his older brother. He could see the worry in his eyes.
I'd like to know why you're getting involved.
Fritz blinked and looked away.
I just needed to know what's going on.
Peter relaxed a little.
It seems Debbie no longer wants anything to do with me. Is that right?
A spark of hope buzzed through Fritz's body.
Yes, and I can see you're happy about that. Will you change your mind? I know you were courting Debbie and writing to Maisie at the same time. You leave, and then you come back. I'm just concerned about the feelings of everyone involved, including yours.
Peter swallowed hard.
It's hard to break away from someone I've been with for so long. Debbie no longer wants me. At least I have Maisie. She'll do. She'll do?
Peter's mouth turned up at the corners.
Yes, she'll make a good wife. She will. I just don't want anyone else to get hurt. Does Maisie know why you've come here? I don't know, Peter said. But it's out of your control, so stop worrying about what I'm doing.
Fritz knew what Peter said was true. He did like to control everything.
I know it is. Are you heading home soon? I guess so. Nothing is keeping me here anymore.
The two of them stood there for a few moments without saying anything. Peter was about to say something and then stopped. Fritz wasn't sure how long they stood there, but it seemed like an eternity. Peter finally spoke.
Debbie is a good woman, and if she likes you too, then I hope you'll both be happy. I guess that's why she didn't want me. You must have said something to her about me. I didn't. I have talked to her over the last few weeks, but I don't think I said anything to talk her out of marrying you.
Peter shrugged.
If you did, then she wasn't the woman for me. I'd like to think my future wife loved me better than that. I hope things go well for you and Maisie. Thank you.
The two brothers shook hands. Even though their words had been confrontational, it was the most amicable conversation they'd had in years. Fritz got back into his buggy, full of hope for the future. If Debbie had given Peter a final rejection, then there was a chance for him. There was only one way to find out for sure. Chapter 33. Wilma spent all day Monday wondering what she'd done to offend Ada. She hadn't come to the house, and it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. When she heard someone knock on the door, she knew it wasn't Ada. Ada just opened the door and yelled. At other times, she'd just come in. Who could that be? She muttered as she hurried to the door. She half expected it to be Eli again. Opening the door, she saw an Amish man standing on the porch. Then she realized it was Fritz White. He was an impressive figure of a man. "Hello, Fritz. Come in out of the cold."
Thank you.
He entered the room, and Wilma helped him take off his coat. "Sit by the fire and warm up. It's cold out."
It certainly is. Would Debbie be home yet? He asked.
"No, but she should be home soon. Would you stay for dinner? I'm not sure what we're having yet." He smiled.
I'd love to.
She hung his coat on one of the hooks behind the front door. "Are you staying with the bishop again?"
Yes, I am.
Would you like a hot chocolate while you wait for Debbie?
I'd like that. Can I help make it?
Wilma chuckled. He was far less intimidating than when she'd first met him. But Wilma couldn't help but wonder why he was here again to see Debbie, unless he was in love with her. The whispers about him liking Debbie were true. Yes, that had to be it. Wilma put the milk on the stove to heat. While they talked about nothing in particular, Wilma peeled and chopped potatoes. She'd been too worried about Ada all day to think about the evening meal, but she instantly decided to do apricot chicken with mashed potatoes and green beans. Debbie arrived home with Jared and was busily unhitching the buggy when she noticed someone walking over. She squinted her eyes and looked harder. Suddenly, she realized it was Fritz. Debbie's eyes were wide, her pupils dilated. She gasped as she tried to breathe. Her eyes locked onto Fritz as he advanced toward her. She'd hoped and prayed that he'd come back, and here he was. Fritz smiled at her, and then stood there and looked down at Jared. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply to capture his scent. It was that of a rustic forest after a heavy rain, fresh and cool, with an undertone of damp earth. Fritz stood tall against the blood-red sunset as it cast its rays over the familiar hills of Pennsylvania.
Can I go inside now, Mom?
Jared asked, breaking the moment. You haven't finished helping me. And did you say hello to Mr. White? Jared looked up at him.
Hello.
Hello, Jared.
He ruffled Jared's hair.
I'll do it for you, Jared.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Jared ran toward the house. Fritz chuckled as he watched Jared leave. Then he turned to Debbie.
Wilma has invited me to stay for dinner.
Oh, I didn't know. When did she see you?
I came to the house to see you.
You did? Debbie was delighted.
I said I'd be back.
Yes, but you walked straight past me when you were here the other day.
I'm sorry. That wasn't polite. I didn't want you to see how upset I was. I thought you and my brother—
There's nothing between us. Not anymore.
Good.
Together they unhitched the buggy, and Debbie got to feel what it was like to be around someone that made her heart pitter-patter. It was the best feeling in the world. Not long after Debbie and Fritz went inside the house, Crystal arrived. Crystal helped Wilma cook dinner while Jared had the job of shelling peas and being their helper. While that was happening, Fritz and Debbie sat in the living room in front of the fireplace. Debbie wondered what feelings Fritz had for her. He hadn't said much when they'd been outside.
I know I said I was glad things didn't work out between you and my brother, but in another way, I'm sorry things didn't work out,
Fritz said. Debbie didn't even want to talk about Peter. I deserve to be treated better than I was.
You do. That is for certain,
Fritz agreed. But what did I do to deserve what he did? He left without saying a word. Then he comes back with some unbelievable story.
Fritz replied, he was looking for love. I think that he was in love with you, but he didn't know it.
Debbie looked at Fritz with surprise in her eyes. You mean that he didn't know that he loved me?
I think that's right, Fritz said. I think he couldn't admit to himself what his feelings were until he left with Maisie. He wanted to come back to tell you how much you meant to him, but he couldn't say it.
Debbie looked at the fire and tried to think about his words. It seemed he didn't know the exact situation between herself and Peter. If she told him she was the one unsure of him all these years, then she might seem like a woman who couldn't commit herself to a man.
What do you think? He asked.
Debbie gulped, wishing they didn't have to talk about Peter. Have you seen Peter?
I have.
I hope he's happy.
He won't tell me. We never got along that well. I get on better with my other brothers. I know he'd have some feelings left for you.
He was the one who ended things.
I know, and I don't like how he went about it. I'm sorry.
You're not the one who needs to be sorry. Debbie shook her head.
I was shocked when I found out he'd been writing to Maisie, but it's best that we ended things in the end.
It was shameful, but that's the way things are. I don't know much about your relationship, but when I learned from Maisie that Peter was writing to her, I knew I had to step in.
He shook his head.
It wasn't going to end well.
Thank you. I'm glad you did. It was nice of you to save me from getting hurt. You didn't even know me before you came here.
Sorry if I came across as bossy or something.
Debbie shook her head.
Not at all.
So I did?
Debbie laughed.
No, I'm glad you came here.
He looked into her eyes.
Me too.
Just then, something hit him on his head. He found a pea on the floor. Then he turned around to see Jared in the doorway with a spoon, about to flick another pea. Debbie saw him too.
No, Jared, put that away.
Jared disappeared back into the kitchen.
I'm so sorry about that, Debbie said. He's been told not to do that.
Fritz laughed as he picked up the pea and put it on the coffee table.
Forget it. I used to do lots of strange things when I was his age. My mother tells me stories about the dreadful things I did whenever she sees me.
Like what?
I might tell you about it someday. Not today. Not until you know me a little better.
Debbie was pleased to hear that. It seemed like he was planning on sticking around.
Tell me one thing you did. Just one.
When I was little, I used to howl like a wolf. Not just at home. Everywhere.
For real?
Debbie asked with a touch of awe.
I've seen wolf puppies, and they're so cute.
Fritz smiled.
I was a cute little wolf, too. But when I got mad, I would howl at the moon.
You're making that up.
No, Fritz said, I'm not. And I didn't just howl. That was only the beginning. I would tip my dinner over onto the floor. I would knock it out of her hands. I did everything I could to get my mother's attention.
Did it work?
Fritz nodded. It did. She'd do anything to stop the howling.
Fritz's smile faded.
But it didn't take long before I realized it was the wrong way to get her attention.
Debbie didn't like what she was hearing.
What happened?
Fritz was quiet for a moment before he continued.
I can't remember anything from before I was 7 years old. I don't know if I blocked it out or what.
Really?
That's right. I know some people who can remember things from when they were 2 or 3.
Yes, I think I've got memories from when I was 3 or even younger. You were the oldest, right?
I am.
I thought the older ones were the better behaved ones.
Fritz chuckled.
I made up for that when I got to be around 10. I'd boss all my siblings around. I still do sometimes. Only when they need it, though.
Fritz stayed for dinner, and Wilma was amazed at how lovely he was. He involved Crystal and herself in the conversation. He had so many good stories to tell about his travels. One thing worried Wilma, though. Was Fritz ready to settle down? He was obviously sweet on Debbie, and Wilma could tell by the way Debbie looked at him that she felt the same. Wilma just hoped that Fritz was ready to give up his travels and his bachelorhood. Chapter 34. When it was time to go, Fritz said goodbye to everyone, and Debbie walked him out.
How long are you sticking around for? Debbie asked.
Well, that depends.
On what?
On you.
She couldn't keep the smile from her face.
I'd like you to stay.
I want to get to know you better, Debbie. Can I see you tomorrow?
Debbie nodded so she wouldn't have to speak. She wasn't sure if she'd be able to get any words out.
I don't want to impose on Wilma again. Could I pick you up and take you for a meal on Thursday? I've got to go on a trip, but I'll be back on Thursday.
Debbie nodded again. He smiled at her, and she looked up into his eyes. Then he turned and walked into the darkness to his waiting horse and buggy. Debbie stayed on the porch watching the buggy lights disappear into the distance. She swallowed hard. This was like a dream. But was she good enough for Fritz? Would he still like her when he got to know everything about her? She was ashamed of so much of her past. Crystal opened the door a little. "Has he gone?" she whispered. Debbie spun around. "He's gone. Come here and tell me everything. Wilma's just put Jared to bed." She grabbed Debbie's hand and pulled her inside, over to the couch. Wilma was waiting on the couch, too. Debbie confessed to both of them the feelings she had for Fritz. "I'm surprised, but delighted. I think you are well suited," Wilma told her. "Yes, me too. And he's so handsome." Debbie gulped. "He's so good it makes me nervous." "Nonsense. He'd be a blessed man to have you as his wife," Wilma told her. Debbie stared into the flickering flames in the hearth, while her aunt and her friend tried to boost her confidence. On Wednesday morning, Ada arrived at Wilma's house. Ada had been awake all night rehearsing precisely what she would say. "I'll pray for you," Samuel said as she stepped down from the buggy. "Please do. I'll need a lot of prayers so this goes well. Please stay here. I'll say what I've come to say, and then we'll go." Samuel gave a nod, and Ada walked to the house. She hoped Wilma was home, not like the last few times she'd visited. "Yoo-hoo!" Ada called out as she opened the front door. "I'm in the kitchen," Wilma called back. Ada moved inside and closed the door behind her. With each step toward her friend, she wondered how she could move the conversation to where she wanted it to be. As soon as she walked into the kitchen, she saw Wilma fiddling with the leaves of a rose bush. "Ah, is that Eli's rose?" "It's the one he gave me, so it's mine now." Ada took a deep breath, and all her words tumbled out. "I hope you're not replacing me with your new friends, because we've been friends forever, and there's no one like you. You understand me like no one else does. I don't want to lose that." Wilma laughed. "Don't be so worried. No one could ever replace you. There will only ever be one Ada Berger, and she's always been my very best friend." Ada smiled, then picked up a tea towel and threw it over the rose. "I told you he likes you." "I think you're wrong. Eli just sees me as a friend. It's fine, Ada. Don't worry." "I'm not worried." There was a knock on the door. Wilma opened it to see Samuel. Ada was behind Wilma, and she narrowed her eyes at Samuel. She'd told him to stay in the buggy. "Come in." Wilma opened the door wider. "I'll wait in the buggy. I just noticed that someone left this note on your doorstep. I was worried it would blow away in the wind." Ada moved forward and plucked the note out of Samuel's hand. "It just says Wilma on the front, and there's nothing on the back." She passed it to Wilma. "Whatever can it be?" "Who left it here, Samuel?" Wilma asked.
"Carter. It sure looked like him. He came through the orchard."
"Yeah, it must have been him. Open it, Wilma," Ada urged.
Wilma opened it to see it was an invitation to her stepdaughter's house at 3 that afternoon. Ada looked over her shoulder.
"What could Florence want?"
"It must be something important," Samuel said.
Ada nodded.
"She's married, so she's not going to tell you she's getting married again."
"What if she no longer wants anything to do with the orchard?" Samuel suggested.
Wilma shook her head. "No, she'd never do that. She doesn't have much to do now that Fairfax is the manager."
"Then maybe that's her problem," Ada suggested. "She could want to do more. Maybe they want to extend the orchard even further."
"All right, I'll go. I'm expecting her to tell me she's moving out of the house, but they've only just built it. It can't be that. Surely they wouldn't move away. I want to see Iris grow up."
"Do you care if they move?"
Ada asked. "Of course I do. I don't want them to go."
"So, what are you going to do?" Ada asked.
"Nothing.
I'll see what she has to say. Will you come with me, Ada?"
Ada shook her head.
"The invitation was just for you."
Wilma looked down at the note.
"I think we need a hot cup of tea. I'll make it."
Ada went to the living room's window and pushed the curtain aside. She looked at her husband.
"You might as well stay, Samuel. I'll stay until Wilma goes to see Florence."
"It's fine. I'll wait for you in the buggy. I'll have a little snooze."
When Samuel walked out, Ada said,
"Sit by the fire, Wilma. It's warmer there."
"Good idea." When Ada hurried off to the kitchen, Wilma sat on the couch and looked out the window. The trees were swaying in the wind. The leaves shimmered in the sunlight that peeped through the clouds. Ada brought out the tea. Wilma took a sip and closed her eyes. The tea was hot and sweet, and she could feel the warmth spreading through her body. She opened her eyes to see Ada staring at her.
"What are you worrying about, Wilma?"
"I have to clean out the shed that Levi used. I'm not sure what to do with all the tools."
"Keep them. They'll come in handy."
Wilma shook her head. "They're no use to me. I don't know how to use half of those things."
"Yeah, but when you need repairs done, people can use them rather than bringing their own."
Wilma nodded. There were so many decisions to make about so many things. The sun went behind the clouds again, making the day gray once more. All Wilma wanted to do was crawl into bed and go back to sleep for an hour or so. But she couldn't because Ada was there. Once they finished their tea, Wilma took Ada to the shed so she could see for herself how badly it needed to be tidied. Ada looked at the workbench. It was covered in tools, half-made things, and pieces of wood, some with bits of cloth draped over them to keep off the dust. There were hammers, screwdrivers, chisels, planes, and wood blocks. A vise was fixed to one end of the bench, and a vise on a stand with a wooden handle that could be moved up and down. Ada stood in the middle of the mess and placed her hands on her hips as she looked around.
"I see what you mean."
"I'll keep everything if you think I should. It just needs sorting out."
"I'll help you."
They both turned and looked out the door when they heard a sneeze.
"It's Samuel. He's awake. He can help us." "What good timing."
"Would he mind?"
"He'd do anything to help. I'll call him over."
Ada strode off. Wilma walked over to the workbench and ran her fingertips over the hammer. It was left as though Levi was coming back to fix something the next day. Only he never got there. The three of them cleaned and tidied the workshed for the next hour. Now it was time to go see what Florence wanted. Wilma stood waving to Ada and Samuel as they drove away. Envy pricked at her heart. Why had Ada been blessed to have her husband for so many years, while she had lost 2 husbands? She watched the buggy disappear down the road and went back inside to fetch her coat. Envy was something that she hardly ever felt. Mostly, she'd been satisfied with her lot in life. The quickest way was to walk through the orchard rather than take a horse and buggy, but it was also the coldest option. On her way through the rows of apple trees, Wilma felt a sense of foreboding. She could only think of one reason Florence would want her over there. That was to break the news that they were moving. She walked up the house steps and knocked on the front door. Florence opened the front door and Wilma stepped into the warmth of the house. Florence took her coat from her, but hadn't said a thing. "Thank you for inviting me," Wilma said. "Yes," Florence stammered. "I wanted to talk to you about something. Come into the living room. Carter's there. We've both got something we need to tell you." Chapter 35. Once seated in the living room, Wilma said, "What is it you wanted to say?" Florence mumbled something. "What?" Wilma asked, leaning forward. Florence said, "I saw a man on a bicycle." "A man on a bicycle?" Wilma glanced over at Carter. Carter just shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, He came out of the orchard and turned left." Wilma was speechless. She was unsure of what to say or do. She could tell Florence was nervous the way she was wringing her hands and avoiding looking at her directly. "And was there something wrong with this man? Should I be worried?" Wilma asked. Florence looked over at Carter and said, "It's not about the man on the bike, Wilma." Wilma held her breath. "It's not about the man on the bike?" "No," Carter said in a definite manner. Wilma breathed out. "That's good. Is there something you want to tell me? Or did you just invite me over for company? I mean, I'm glad you invited me here. Thank you. I just thought since the invitation came by way of a note that you might have something in particular to say." "We're having another baby," Florence blurted out. Wilma's mouth fell open. "Oh, Florence!" Wilma jumped up and threw her arms around her. "I'm so happy for you both. Congratulations!" Wilma had rarely seen Florence cry, but she was now. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. "Are you okay?" Wilma asked. "Everything's all right, isn't it? The baby's all right?" Carter stood. "I'll get some tissues." "I'm fine," Florence said, "and the baby is fine. We've been trying for almost 3 years, and I'm so happy to be pregnant again. And I knew Carter would be happy too, but I was still worried that he might be disappointed if we didn't get pregnant after a while. It has been hard on him." "How do you mean?" Wilma asked, concerned. "Well, he said he doesn't care how many children we have, and he said he was happy to wait, but I know how much he loves Iris." "Yes." Wilma knew Carter doted on his daughter. Florence took a deep breath and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "He was so happy when we found out I was pregnant." Carter came back into the room with a box of Kleenex. "Congratulations, Carter." Wilma stepped toward him. She didn't know whether to shake his hand or hug him. He decided for her when he placed his arms around her. For a moment, Wilma was transported back in time to the son she gave birth to. This was the closest she'd been to him since that day. Once they were done hugging, Wilma reached for a tissue and wiped her own eyes. "I'm so happy for you both. I'll have another grandchild, too. The baby is due in 6 months, just before harvest." Wilma laughed at Florence gauging the time of birth with the apple seasons. She was just like her father. "What a considerate time for the baby to arrive." Carter chuckled. "Where's Iris?" Wilma asked. "She's at Christina's place. We wanted to tell you without distractions, and she loves playing with the twins." "I hope I can be more involved in this child's life," Wilma said. "I wasn't involved much with Iris, and I know that was partly my fault." "You can be as involved as you'd like," Florence told her. "Thank you." Wilma glanced at Carter and then looked away. "I hope we can all be closer." "We'd like nothing more than that," Carter said. "You and your children and Florence's brothers are the only family we have." Florence saw that Wilma was still emotional. "I baked a cake. Let's sit down." "I'll get the cake. Coffee, Wilma?" Carter asked. "Yes, please. Why don't we have it in the kitchen?" "Sure." Florence nodded and linked arms with Wilma as they walked to the kitchen. After Wilma sat down at the enormous island countertop, she laughed. "I can't believe you were so nervous you started talking about a man on a bike." Florence shook her head. "I did see a man on a bike. I don't know why that came into my mind." Wilma looked over at Carter. He looked so much like his father. "Carter?" He whipped his head around. "Yes?" "I want to say that I'm sorry. I've been not a good mother to you. Well, not a mother at all. I had a mother,
Iris was my mother. I had a good upbringing and a happy one. There's nothing to be sorry about. You did what you thought was best, and I have had a good life. You made the right choice."
His words meant everything to Wilma. She was so worried that she'd made bad choices in life. This was one wrong choice that had turned into a good one. "I'm pleased you're happy. I want to get to know you more. I wasn't nice to you when I found out who you were. I was afraid for all kinds of reasons. I didn't know what to say to you about giving you up. I thought you'd be upset with me or resent me."
He walked over. "I understand. These situations can be hard on everyone involved. You did the right thing giving me to your sister," he said again.
Wilma blinked back tears.
"I did?" "Yes."
She had made a lot of people happy.
"Now that Iris has gone, perhaps I can be a bit more of a mother to you, if you'd like."
Carter looked over at Florence. Then he looked back at Wilma.
"I'd like that a lot."
A weight lifted off Wilma's shoulders.
"Can I have another hug?" he asked.
Wilma was a little taken aback, but if her adult son wanted another hug, she'd give him one. Of course. She stood up, and they hugged. It had taken many years, but now she had her baby boy back. She'd lost her husband, and 3 daughters had moved away. But God had heard her prayers. He'd filled her life with more friends and even more family.
Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook and want more, join my members-only section. You'll get early access to all my audiobooks weeks before they're released here, monthly discounts to my store, and members-only polls where you help me choose characters and shape future books. Your support truly means the world to me and helps me keep creating these stories for you. You'll find the link to join in the bio. You can also find all my audiobooks, paperbacks, and large print editions directly at samanthapriceauthor.com. Until next time, thanks for listening.
This has been Starting Over, the Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 31. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.